Councillor Grigg, so from Walker, and the others from Red for New England, and also from the Voice for Walker. I understand that the talk will be given by Mark Fogarty. So, Mark, your opportunity to take the stand, please. You're going to do that. Now, and again, I apologise for this, Mark, but basically, welcome to Uralla Shire Forum. The time is now 4 o'clock. The public forum is live streamed on Council's website. By attending, you will give consent to the image and voice being broadcasted, so you can see behind Mark. If you don't wish to be recorded, please leave the room before the public forum begins. A recording of this meeting will be published on Council's website and kept for the required legislative period. Speakers are invited to address any item on the business paper from the meeting today. Speakers must not make defamatory statements or disclose personal information about others without their consent. Council accepts no liability for any damage caused by comments made by speakers or attendees. Responsibility lies with the person who makes the comments. The meeting must not be recorded or live streamed by anyone other than the Council without prior written approval. We ask you please to turn off your or put on silent any electronic devices you have, and anyone acting in a disorderly manner will be asked to leave under Council's Code of Conduct. So, Mr. Fogarty, thank you very much for coming today, and we'll give you your 5 minutes, and at the end of it then...
Thank you very much, Mayor and Councillors. I wonder if you can hear me okay without the mic. I had to put it on if you need it. It's recording, is it? Okay, where is it on?
It's already on. It's on.
Okay, that's it. So look, we thank you very much. I've got a couple of documents that I would just want to table with the council as we just go through this short presentation. Council, you know who we are. You know our mandate from the get-go has been about responsible energy development for the New England. Obviously, our experience confirms that it's not always been the case over the last 5 or 6 years since we've been constitutionally formed. We think the energy transition at the moment is delicately poised. Development is stalled to a large extent. Secondly, the government has made the right decision in phasing in the New England behind the central West Uralla. I think that's given us all time, I think, to digest and learn from the experiences. I'd just like to table the first document, which is, I'll bring that up, Mayor, if that's okay. It's the flyer. You may already have this. As that's sort of moving around, we've had 3 consistent principal claims, but there's been a demonstrable dearth of planning in the RES concept from the start. It evolved from a desktop study conducted by the ANU and the DPE, and the results of that planning void of starting to materialise, and we highlight the 5 desktop regional RES studies that maybe been made available to the council last December. So little to no consultation. Speed skating, New South Wales Nats with the same psychology coming from, I guess, from Energy Go from the government, which is, we think, is endemic in the CRG process, the Community Reference Group process, where they talk at us rather than talk with us. So it's the same problem we've had. The 8 gigawatt target was poorly conceived, it was misdescribed, that was poor government, and now AEMO forecasted almost 50%, 60% reduction in that overall target, which is primarily wind. Red 4 has had the same clear message, very much so, and the Mayor has heard this before. Independent cumulative impact studies are a critical piece of the puzzle, we believe, going forward. So our advocacy today is going to be very much focused on that. The 5 RES-size studies are not cumulative impact studies. Certainly not fit for the purpose of illuminating, I guess, where the major alarming concerns are. I might just table a further one-page document, which is questions for ENCO. This is a fresh document, and I think it highlights very succinctly on one page all the concerns that we've got, including those that emulate out of the RES study. History will have to judge how this goes. I think we coin a good analogy that it's like taking a flight in a plane while they're still building the plane. And that's the way that we feel this has rolled out. It's been adding to it. There's been no planning, as we said from the start. So the cumulative impact is an important piece of the study. What's been tabled is quite alarming, but they're not actual impacts. That one-page document there summarises the concerns that we've got. Firstly, I guess I don't want to go into too much English, but the phraseology cumulative impact involves an adjective. Obviously cumulative makes obvious sense in terms of its meaning and impact. The noun impact confers a meaning as to development that affects and influences an outcome. That's not what is evident in the studies that have been developed and tabled last December. It has to involve actual impacts, and we haven't seen that, and we think this is so critical for this community. Cumulative impacts, we say, sits very much in the jurisdiction of the council. It goes to livability and workability for the communities in the environment which they exist. Livability refers to the overall quality of a particular space, taking account of factors that contribute to people's well-being. Safety, access to health, education, affordability, employment. A livable area is one where the community actually feels safe, comfortable, and safe and comfortable, and not an area where we're challenged by, say, 1500 BW bringing water in from outside the res. Workability is the degree to which the environment can be utilised for specific goals. It goes very much to the economic, for-profit or not-for-profit ventures that are attempting to operate within the community areas, and commerce, particularly agricultural production. The suggestion you can just, I guess, extend the Oakey Dam is not a full solution. I think the water study is quite demonstrable of that. It's not going to address all of the res issues there. It will not even cover all of the res. It won't even get there, but we accept that it's on the table, and we acknowledge, I think, the good efforts that ARC, Armidale Council, made recently, where they published, I think, in the last week or so, its response to the res studies. I'll just table one further document there.
Mark, given the seriousness of this matter, I'm prepared to give you another 2 minutes and then we'll call it quits. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a couple of important points to make there, and I'll try and get to those. I think the important thing of this document, it's a set of terms of reference. We developed it for the Upper House Committee. And I just take you to the fact that it highlights what we think are the important things for the res, a better definition around impact timelines, a better definition around the res geographic areas, and we say 50 kilometres around Uralla is realistic. Obviously an assessment of water, gravel, sand and all of those issues. Importantly, visual amenity, a decrease in land value, decrease in biodiversity, roads, human resource demands, a 300 workforce scenario for Walker in your workforce scenario is just not there. But importantly, it also goes to population impacts on medical, mental health and schooling. We gleaned, I guess, our terms of reference. We took a lead from Midwestern Council. They put together, with Energy Go funding, I think a very good independent cumulative impact study. And so that's what we want to try and see. That's our final advocacy point here today. I think the Mayor, in your mayoral minute, you make some very good points about constructive mindsets. I think we're on the same page as that. We're looking for constructive outcomes. Further, you say that endorsing a community-led approach that seeks to minimise and mitigate against the risks is where we want to go. We want that as well, and we want that through, I guess, the independent cumulative impact. You say the council's role is to listen. So we say, very importantly, all of those things we're pretty much on the same page on. They're encouraging words. You say that there is a sentiment in favour of renewable energy, so I've got no doubt that there are views on that, views within the council, opposing views in the council, views within the community. What we want to try and understand is what has been communicated to the communities to lead us to the conclusion there's a sentiment of agreement here. In my short time, I'm 6 years, I've had the benefit of coming here, courtesy of good friends. This town has absolutely blossomed. It's gone from a point of being almost an industrial wasteland, if you like, for some of the other cities, particularly the regional cities. We don't want to see that continue. We want to see this town flourish. People stop, I stop, people shop, people buy coffee, and it's a testament to the people. I think that's brought it forward. The final document I just tabled is from the Uralla Business Chamber. We have had chats with them, trying to understand where they're coming from, and I think this is the final document. I think it says it all, what they're looking for. They're confused. They're not going to buy into the renewables versus non-renewables. They're not going to buy into the state development principles of the planning process. What they're saying is they're looking for something that's balanced, that's unbiased, and that I think presents a picture to them of what the facts are, of what they should expect if we end up with unforeseen cumulative impacts. So look, I think I've said this to the Mayor before, I think this council has a very good governance. It's got its code of conduct, it's got its business ethics, all very well published. It goes without saying they're derivative of the Local Government Act, Section 440. And of course, you've also found, as a lot of organisations are, with the New South Wales Civil Liberties Act. What we really say is, by respecting the obligation that we call on the council to support an independent cumulative impact, we say by supporting that, you're taking a precautionary approach that deals with the foreseen, in the legal sense that word, the reasonably foreseen risks that will come from overdevelopment. And I think it, of course, transparently identifies to the community the real and potential risks that may arise from overdevelopment. That's what we're asking for. We seek that precautionary approach to say, okay, let's pull the covers off this independently. Let's understand what it's going to mean in terms of population, water, and all the other issues that were raised in our terms of reference. And let's get that out to the communities so they can understand. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mark, are you happy to take questions from councillors if there are any?
Yeah, sure.
Councillors, any questions of Mark? Okay, thanks. Look, so we're really clear, as you said, we'll put out a mayoral minute for the support of council to try and set out for us and also for the minister following a meeting we had before Christmas, where we said we would outline what our way forward, and whether the council supports that, that's up to them later today. The other issue is you'll see that in item 13.2, the council staff have gone through and tried to list where we're up to with the various developers, so there's some reading in there. But look, thank you very much, and I appreciate the visit from, and as I say, Councillor Greg, well, always welcome in Uralla, and for all of those others that say thank you very much, I appreciate your time. There'll be a little break for 1 minute while Alex sets us up for the main meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors and staff. Welcome all to the Uralla Shire meeting of the 24th of February 2026. The time is now 4:19. Prayer. Almighty God, we humbly ask you to grant your blessing on this council, direct and prosper our deliberations in the achievement and the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of our Shire and Australia. Amen. The recognition of traditional custodians, we acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live and work. We recognise and appreciate their deep connection to the land, waters and our community. We pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend our respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders who call it Uralla Shire home. Councillors, this council has actually been live streamed. By attending, you are giving consent to the image and voice being broadcast. A recording of this meeting will be published on council's website and kept for the required legislative period. If you do not wish to be recorded, please leave the room before the council meeting begins. The meeting must not be recorded or live streamed by anyone other than council without prior written approval. We ask all those present to turn off or silence all electronic devices, including mobile phones. Persons attending the meeting shall refrain from making defamatory statements. Anyone acting in a disorderly manner may be asked to leave under council's code of meeting practice. Thank you, councillor. So, Wendy, have I got the new agenda? Councillors, I now intend to move a mayoral minute recognising the passing of Petrov. So if I could ask everybody to stand for 1 minute silence, please. Is that right? Thank you. Thank you, councillors, and thank you to the staff organised. Thank Councillor Arnold for organising the flowers. It's meaningful. Councillor, I'm just going to need somebody that will actually need to vote on that mayoral minute. So if somebody happy to second that minute, thank you, Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Right, thank you. We have an apology from Councillor Mailer due to work commitments and the fact that now he can't join by Teams or it's most frustrating as it's not to do that. So councillors, if I can have somebody move that Councillor Mailer's apology be accepted. Thank you, Councillor Burrows. Seconded, Councillor O'Connor. All those in favour? Councillors. I have one declaration of interest, councillors. Thank you, Councillor John. Councillors, item 7, the confirmation of minutes. for the meeting held the 16th of December 2025. Somebody prepared to move them and we can then discuss any option. Councillor Arnold. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Doran.
I just had a small typo. So just on page 12, I think it is, of the attachments, and just so 14.3 Hill Street Affordable Housing Project petition and project update housing should be 2 words. Update housing project. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Doran. With that amendment, are you happy to second that? Councillors, no other questions? All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. I have no urgent supplementary or late items. Thank you, councillors. Item 9 is the mayoral activity report for December 2025 and January 2026. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Blakeston.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if you could add any more detail about the issues discussed with Minister Sharp and MP Moylan, please.
Councillors, I did send out some what do I call them? I would call them minutes, notes from that meeting. So that, and we were invited by Walker Council. Walker Council had the Minister visit the area because of the issue around education and power lines. As a courtesy and I guess as a bit of support, the Mayor of Walker and the General Manager of Walker invited me to meet with Minister Sharp in Tamworth on the basis that, and we can discuss it at length, I told the Minister at that meeting, and hence the reason for the mayoral minute regarding our position on renewable energy. Walker came out with a 10-point plan, which I told the Minister at that meeting that I was very confident that Uralla Shire did not support a lot of what they said, and that I would, and once Council had a chance to consider a formal position, that I would send her office a copy of that formal position. So I think I've sent out that 10-point position too. As I say, there are a number of areas there that the Minister was very strong on. She said they're not coming back from 3 gigawatts. Sorry, I'm going to get confused. From 8. In fact, probably it needs to be more. The day we had the meeting, a number of generators were offline from the coal-fired power stations. So, her view was that there was no putting a delay on this or putting it all aside until everything was sorted out. Basically, it was full steam ahead, and the faster she could get it to happen, the better. So that was the basis of it. But as I say, I did send out some notes for anybody. Give me no comment. Sorry, Councillor Blake, is there any other questions? Yeah, look, Brendan's been very pleased with Uralla. We don't seem to have been on his radar too much. I'm about to get on his radar if we can get to the end of this meeting. There's a couple of issues that I'm frustrated about. However, more a general catch-up. At least he was in town for the CWA recently, 100 years, and so he's been a strong supporter. And the mayoral group that got together.
Sorry,
No. No, it's not your fault. Okay, thank you. So more a general catch up, and where the meeting's trying to get to the point where if he does have an issue that he feels free, he can contact us and we can give him the latest advice. Thank you for that. Any other questions, councillors? Council, I'll move that report. Councillor Blakes, are you happy to second it? Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. councillors, we've dealt with the mayoral minute on Councillor Petrov. Did you? It's a part of. It's not part of that, is it? Yeah. Okay. So I'll get to it. Sorry. Okay. Item 10.2, minute to congratulate Brendan Moreland MP on his new appointment as Shadow Minister for Agriculture for the Prevention of Regional Crime. My recommendation the Council congratulates the Honourable Brendan Moreland MP on his appointment as Shadow Minister for Agriculture and Shadow Minister for Prevention of Regional Crime. I'm prepared to move that. Have we got a seconder, please? Councillor Phil, thank you. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Oh, sorry, question, yep.
Yeah, not so much a question. I'll come back to this when we get into the discussion about the res, but just to make the point that there's obviously a whole lot of pressure points with the res development that fall totally into the state's responsibility. And our local member is really key to either support us in those or conversely maybe not be that useful at all. And I'll say the same things about our federal member of parliament. But just to flag that Moylan in his new portfolios, the potential for his continued advocacy against the res on behalf of farmers, as opposed to working with us in a constructive fashion, that concerns me. And then the announcements in the last week of the introduction of drone-based policing in Moree, which I think is a really concerning development for policing in this country. So whilst as a rhetorical trite letter, I have no problem with this, but the substance of the issues and the lack of actual representation on behalf of this shire and what this shire's needs are is something that I'm going to keep raising.
Yeah, I think my easiest response to that is where he sees a problem, and there's been a couple of problems obviously with Energy Co in the Uralla Shire over the new routes and people access to property, then he's very, very vocal in that space. But where we've needed assistance to organise meetings with the Energy Co or with the Department of Planning or the like, he's been very been gone out of his way to be helpful. So I think, to be fair, he picks his arguments, he picks his fights and picks those groups, but we've not seen him other than very supportive. I refrain to suggest the same from the federal government.
Just to add that the res legislation is a nationals piece of legislation. So it's highly problematic to have our two national state members, Anderson and Moylan, predominantly working against the very legislation that their party and coalition brought to this state.
I think the federal members now are a member of One Nation, but anyway.
Oh, I was talking state and federal's the same.
Right. I mean, the biggest issue for us, the biggest issue for Energy Co has been the difficulty to access funds. You know, you would have thought that the advice we got early on was that, you know, here Energy Co, here's all this money to go out and do what you need to do. That's definitely not the case. So I would say that Brendan Moreland has been very supportive of those arguments we need to be involved in, and we'll pick our moments. Thank you for that. Somebody else had a question? No? All right. Thanks. I'll put that motion again. Sorry about that. Well, thank you, councillors. Yeah, councillors, now we get to item 10.3. And obviously this was, and I thank Councillor Burrows for the discussion around how we're best to invite Red for New England to engage with us. Our previous engagement was less than satisfactory in my view. So this way to address this prior to the meeting with this mayoral minute on the table. So I'll read the recommendation and then, as I say, I'm more than happy to have discussions around it. The Council 1 notes the mayoral minute confirming Council's position on renewable energy development within Uralla Shire, and 2 endorses a community-led approach to renewable energy development that seeks to avoid, minimise and mitigate adverse impacts while advocating for fair and equitable community benefits. Councillors, discussion, please. Questions? Councillor Blakesley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points that I think are pertinent. The statement in the second paragraph of the report, which states a substantial portion of Uralla Shire falls within the res. For my mind, I think we need to be clearer about the scale. That off the back of envelope, mostly people are saying 50 to 60% of this infrastructure and projects is in this LGA. And it's those kinds of perspectives that are key to focus the community's attention, but also Energy Co, our members of parliament and the like, that the disproportionate scale of this to our resources comes back to funding requests for Energy Co, the kind of support that we need, the kind of proactive work that needs to be done around housing, everything we're working on, water, waste, etc. But for me, that is a really key piece of fact. And 50 to 60% is rough, but even if we're saying something like half, it gives perspective. I think it's a perspective looking ahead to the energy, I've forgotten the name, but now compact, the round table that's coming up in a couple of weeks' time, where they're talking about, well, there should be a res-wide pool of community benefit funds, and I have a very strong view that if we're going to be bearing the brunt of this, we're not going to be sharing the benefits across 5 other LGAs. So this is why I'm raising that. And then the only other point I wanted to make is the second point, which is endeavouring to encapsulate the whole thing, saying endorses a community-led approach. And I support that language, but I wonder whether we should be more explicit about, again, the bulk of work we're doing is to ensure developers, both projects and the transmission network, are responsible and accountable for every single thing that they need and every single thing that obviously they're going to draw on this region for. So whether that's water, waste services, housing, etc., whether that should be really explicit up front, something like I said supports developer full responsibility and accountability for local infrastructure, resources, materials, services, etc. Then we go to seeking to avoid, minimise, mitigate, which is like a catch-all, and then the benefits, just to capture those 3 broad aspects of this. And I'm particularly concerned, as we've talked about before, the sequencing of these phases, that it's that first phase, the surge and the build-out, which we're in the early stage of, that we're trying to get the best outcome for the community. Then there's potential legacy benefits, and then the community benefits that come last of all, really, in terms of community benefit funds. So how do we get the most out of it across those 3 stages? Anyway, that's my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that, and we'll look to try and involve all of that in what comes out of this document. So thank you for that. Councillor Burrows?
Thank you, Mayor. I look at this as like a current mother station before we actually do the development of renewable energy action plan for the Shire that we speak about, that is spoken about later on in the paper. So I see this as like a brief. Everyone's saying something at the moment, so we should be too, but we'll do our detailed, proper, in-depth statement as we can, rather than a rushed and ridiculous. It needs a lot of work, so it needs to be thought about really clearly rather than just being raced out and out. So this is just an overarching stamp at the moment.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Burrows. I guess my view was that I could speak about my own personal thing, and I hope everybody else will support it, but after the meeting with the Minister, it was really clear that given the issues that Walker then faced to try and write that list out, did need something to say, well, it was either this is what council overall attitude is, but as you say, treat it as a motherhood statement and work on the finer detail. Thank you. Councillors, any other comments? So, Councillor Blake, so I guess my view is that if you're happy that we move with the recommendations, and I'll work on what the details of the report and what we provide on to the back to the Minister and also to those that came today. Fine. Yeah, no, yeah. So councillors, I need a seconder for that, for the minutes, for my mayoral minute. Thank you, Councillor Arnold. All those in favour? Thanks, councillors. Yeah, just as note of that, I will send out a rewritten view of that and try and encapsulate some of those, I guess, the challenges. But I guess my view is, I think that's where we've been going, but now I can say, well, this is what the council's resolved position is. Thank you for that. Councillors, item 12.1, the Aged Care Compliance and Assurance Committee report. Recommendation that council receives and notes the Aged Care Compliance and Assurance Committee report. Councillor Arnold, are you prepared to move that and wish to speak to it? Yep, thank you. Good. Sorry.
Councillors, you might see there's a recommended amendment addressing incorrect titles for ACCA committee members. Unfortunately, through our use of Info Council in the unconfirmed minutes, in the recommendation it puts CRS at the front of the committee members' names. So in the past we have manually changed that. That was overlooked for these unconfirmed minutes that were attached to this report. That was brought to my attention. I understand it's an issue with how it's been set up in Info Council. We have training next week so that automatic addition of CRS in front of the committee members' names can be amended. So that should be the last time that error occurs in that report, and I apologise for that.
Any questions of either the group manager or our member? Councillor Phil?
I just want to say I sat in on the meeting and I was really impressed with the staff and how they could answer every single question on the day. Hardly anything was held over. So they're very, very, very knowledgeable.
Thank you for that. Councillor O'Connor?
Mr Mayor, on page 12.6, the second dot point says acknowledge examples of best practice, particularly staff responsiveness to concerns about care. When I read that, I went to the minutes and it's slightly different. It says acknowledge and recognise as an example of better practice whereby staff are taking concerns. I felt that gave an indication that there has been some problems, but because I didn't attend that meeting and I haven't seen the detail that went to the committee, it just raised a level of interest rather than things. So could someone explain a bit more about that comment?
Councillor Burrows, and then I'll ask staff to comment.
I attended that meeting, and I was also, as Councillor Philp said, I was really impressed with the calibre of the committee. And I think that this actual line is to do with something that I said in the meeting. I was allowed to speak briefly about how, because my mother is in McMorris, and I had said that I had had some issues and how the staff are always saying, make sure you talk to us, tell us anything at all. They advocate for friends and family to be really forthright in anything that happens within McMorris, and then they deal with it. Like, they can't deal with it if people don't know about it. So I think that comment actually stemmed from me saying I had problems and they listened and fixed it.
Thank you, Councillor Arnold.
Just comment on what I saw and have been part of in those meetings is the improvement in the complaints and feedback process. So that's a work in progress, but there's already been some enormous moves forward, and giving everyone access to those processes has been really good to see.
Councillor Blakesley.
And just a quick question, Mr Mayor. I wondered references to the clinical governance framework, which has been drafted, but there's an action item for some further work or some responses to issues raised by the chair. I wondered whether that framework could be shared with us.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd invite the Group Manager to respond to the questions that we've had. Please, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. That should be in the draft. It should be an attachment to the business papers for ACCA. So that draft should be in there. There's some further work that the Chair wanted to do, just strengthening up the clinical governance framework. Ultimately, once the Chair and the committee members are satisfied with that, that'll go back to hopefully the next Aged Care Compliance and Assurance Committee. And then if they're satisfied with that, that will then come up to Council to be endorsed. Because under the new standards, the governing body has to endorse the clinical governance framework. There's also an accompanying piece that will come up with that document, so it may not come up to the next Council meeting following the next ACCA meeting, because there's a system document that also needs to go with that, which is the governance document, which talks about the governance structure for our aged care services. So it's, apologies. In terms of, sorry, Nick, I'm going to cuddle up to you. In terms of what those documents are, they're really just articulating in written word what we're currently doing and explaining what we do and how we do it. And so if there's anything that needs tightening up in that, that's going to be strengthened following the recommendations from ACCA, the Aged Care Compliance and Assurance Committee, and then that document will come up to Council. I'm thinking that document will be circulated. That document will be circulated prior to it coming up to Council as well, so everyone has an opportunity to have a look at it, so it won't be seen for the first time when it comes up with a Council report.
Thank you, councillors. If there are no other questions, I'll ask for a seconder. Councillor Phil, all those in favour? Thank you, councillors. You got it up? I just need to roll up so I can read the new recommendation. Councillors, item 13.1, the councillor vacancy. 1, that council engages the New South Wales Electoral Commission to undertake the by-election required as a consequence of the current vacancy of civil office. 2, authorises the General Manager to progress the by-election in accordance with the statutory requirements and approve all associated costs. 3, notes the fee estimate from New South Wales Electoral Commission of $140,000 to conduct the by-election. 4, notes the exact cost of the by-election will be reported to Council in the next QBRS. 5, appoints a delegate to replace Councillor Petroff, the delegate of the Central Northern Regional Library. And I'm going to put in 6 that authorises the Mayor to write to the Electoral Commission, our local member, and the Minister for Local Government, expressing my disgust at $140,000 for a by-election in one ward. So, you'll note that in our QBRS we estimated $70,000, so it's fair to say they're trying to pay off the national debt on our behalf. So if we're going to have somebody move that, we can have a discussion of it. Councillor Burrows.
Mayor, could you please repeat that? I didn't quite catch how much you said.
So in item 3, it says $140,000 for the by-election. That's the latest estimate. But just let me. That authorises the Mayor to write to the local member, the New South Wales Electoral Commissioner, and the Minister for Local Government, expressing our disgust with the pricing.
So that's only for Ward A, isn't it?
So we're talking like 3,000 people. Like,
Which-
how can it?
Which 1,350 get a vote, yes. I don't know. I will ask our group manager to make comment because he was the first one unimpressed by that advice. If that's all right to you, General Manager?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Certainly, councillors, we do apologise for this late addition to the recommendations. The group manager has been liaising with the New South Wales Electoral Commission and the Office for Local Government. I've been involved in some of those meetings. We were quite shocked to get that quote last night, I have to say. We have discussed options for reducing the cost, but our hands are tied and we have no discretion. Council has no discretion but to run this election, and we share your concern at the cost. Mr Mayor, with your agreement, I'm sure that the group manager can provide further advice to assist in that discussion.
I might just ask the group manager to update on our other discussions that we were hoping to develop into council where we may have been able to avoid a by-election without success. So thank you, group manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think my face mirrored Councillor Doran's face when I first got that news. The initial advice that council was given as to the likely cost of the by-election was for us to look at the invoice for the 2024 general election, which was $76,000. So obviously our expectation was that it was going to be a bit less than that because it's half an election, but it doesn't work that way. The electoral commissioners said that $140,000 is their upper cost range, and that they will work with us to reduce the cost where they can. But when tested on that, the likely savings from that $140,000 position is going to be in the vicinity of $10,000 at the most. So it's still an extraordinary cost to the election. Mr Mayor, in response to the queries around whether or not we could present the council and the community with options instead of a by-election, unfortunately the legislation is against us. Sorry, unfortunately in the sense that we can't provide you with options. We had an uncontested election, therefore there can be no count back on the vacant position, and we are outside the 18-month time frame permissible to us to write to the Minister to ask that the Minister excuse us from doing a by-election prior to the next general election. So at the moment we're compelled. We had written to the OLG asking them to explore any avenue that would give us the ability to present different options to our community and our council to avoid these costs, and we have laboured the extraordinary costs and the impact that it will have on our community. But to date, the response has been no.
Okay, councillors, before I look to go forward with the motion, we've got somebody that would like to nominate to be the delegate on the Central Northern Regional Library Board. Councillor Philp?
I'd like to nominate Deputy Mayor Councillor Arnold.
Councillor Arnold, are you prepared to accept that nomination?
And yes, I will accept that if there's no one else that would really like to do that.
I have been, as a general manager and also as a councillor, that delegate, and I was quite happy to put my name forward. But yeah, it's not important.
So is this a yes? So this is a no at this stage. Is that what you said, Councillor O'Connor? Yeah, thank you. Right. All right. So thank you for that, Councillor. Okay. So we have the nomination for Councillor Kath Arnold to be the delegate. Councillors, reticent of me. I need a mover, and then if there's any further, Councillor Burrows, thank you. Any further discussion on that matter? Councillor Blakester?
Mr Mayor, just a very small thing, not so important for us, but for the public communication, just on page 16 of the business papers, under the councillor induction heading, there's a statement, if the successful candidate is a returning councillor, which is not appropriate. I don't think any of us are eligible.
No, from the previous council.
Oh.
Having said that, it's probably a good idea to retrain them. So the group manager is going to correct me.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and Councillor Bakes, for that question. Yeah, given it's only been 18 months since the previous election, it was considered that there was potential for a former councillor to nominate. But I will ask the group manager to provide further advice on it.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Blakesley, you're 100% correct. It's not for eternity. But what we put to the Office of Local Government in our efforts to try and bring the total cost of this exercise down was to say, if there are councillors that served in the previous term that were to come back, could we reduce the scope of the induction to save costs? To which they said, fill the boots.
Okay, thanks for that. So we're now looking for a seconder. Councillor Phelps. Yeah, the recommendations. Councillor Burrows. Okay. Recommendation 1 that Council engages the New South Wales Electoral Commission. Yeah, no, it'll come up. To undertake the by-election required as a consequence of the current vacancy of civil office. 2, authorises the General Manager to progress the by-election in accordance with the statutory requirements and approve all associated costs. 3, notes the fee estimate from the New South Wales Electoral Commission of $140,000 to conduct the by-election. 4, notes the exact cost of the by-election will be reported to Council in the next QBRS report. 5, appoints Councillor Kath Arnold as the delegate to Central Northern Regional Library Board. And 6, authorises the Mayor to write to the local state member, the New South Wales Electoral Commissioner and the Minister for Local Government expressing our disgust at the cost quoted for this election. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillors, 13.2, the recommendation that Council receives and notes the report. Somebody move that, please. Councillor Burrows, seconded. Well, Councillor Blakes, but I will ask for questions. Councillor Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to say this is a great report, and thank you. It's a huge body of work, and yeah, it's fantastic. I've got 2 more points. One is, would it be possible to see the minutes or agendas or dot points or anything from all the groups that are mentioned on pages 21 and 22? Because that would possibly help us going forward to just have a bit more in-depth information. And then my next point is that sadly, this makes me feel like the community reference group, both North and South, and the Energy Co Regional Energy Zone Community Working Group, both of which I'm on, are a tick box exercise, as most of the work already done by council is way beyond what is talked about in these groups. And I find that wildly disappointing, and we'll be saying that in the next groups that I'm in. But it's astonishing how far Uralla Council is ahead of what they tell us is going on in the res in the community meetings. And you know, thanks for your work, but I was surprised.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Blakesley.
Thank you. My comments were similar to that. I wonder whether we have any indication whether each of these groups knows what the others are doing and whether there's any cross-referencing that goes on, which probably, if there isn't, it probably leads to exactly the situation that we're talking about here, that there's so many different bits and pieces being done. The council's working ahead of the game, and do any of these know what the others are doing?
There has been efforts to encourage the groups to talk, particularly around accommodation issues, and with minimal success, but that's work in progress. I think the issue around the timing of the various developments is critical, and I'm not sure how what we can do about trying to get. Originally, we thought Energy Co were going to manage all those things. We haven't really seen that happen. They were going to manage accommodation. We haven't seen that happen yet. So I think we make our best efforts, and I know Shire did a really good job of getting all of the developers in the same room. Some efforts have been made to do that. There are some group forums, but it hasn't been just as successful as I would like, and I'm sure the staff will. Councillor Blackstone.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I similarly echo Councillor Burrow's positive remarks about the report. It's fantastic. Really appreciate the work by staff in pulling all this together. It's the kind of whole of picture, strategic picture that I think we need across multiple areas of our work. The main gap that I want to flag that I'm concerned about is I think this broadly covers the officer level, to use that kind of government jargon. But what it doesn't incorporate is the representative level. And as I've said so many times, the representative level, I think, is a critical missing piece here. So by that, I'm talking about COREM. Like, COREM needs to be in here. The upcoming Renewable Energy Accord, I know that's only just emerging, but it sits in that space. But the really pointy bit of the representative level is our state member of parliament, so MP Moylan, but the ministers, so Sharp particularly, but not only. As we know, housing and infrastructure planning, housing and infrastructure minister is probably even more important than Sharp. And then federal is similarly important, both member of parliament. And my view on the members is, as to what they do with our advocacy, that's what they're accountable for. But just because we anticipate that one or other might be a liability or useless at best, doesn't mean we shouldn't put pressure on them. We need to put pressure on them because so many of these issues, like the issues around a coordinated solution for temporary worker accommodation, they are so big and so much above. I find this difficult because I moved here 20 years ago. I'm not going anywhere. I love it here, notwithstanding how hard I am on all of us, but I love it here. But I'm really worried about how we are dwarfed, absolutely dwarfed by the scale of all of this. It's a real David and Goliath type scenario. And that's where the representatives can shift the curve for us. And we've seen that when even prime ministers come out and put pressure on big global companies, public listed companies, they can shift the curve on that stuff in ways that we're not acting alone. So that's what I'd like to see altered. So practical examples. There's talk on page 20 about Energy Co now seeking priority projects from councils, and the talk about establishing the regional steering committee. For me, that's a key agenda item with both those levels of representatives. The 3-year funding, I'd like us to not only be seeking more funding, and I'll come back to this later in the meeting, but I want us to expand the envelope of what we're asking funding for. For example, I think we should have a communications capacity that's bolstered in the way that our planning capacity and the way our community engagement capacity, I think and that key point, the 50-60% of infrastructure and projects in this res, I think that needs to be loud and clear on somewhere like page 20. The funding from Energy Co, I think pressure through Moylan and through the ministers every time we meet. We've got a New South Wales election in March 2027. So we are pretty much heading into that right now, and certainly those in opposition will already be gearing up to that. So this is an opportunity for us to put pressure and make sure these issues are constructive for our electorate through the election, because there's a real risk, and especially with the Fed election being sometime probably in 2028, that those two are going to be throwing all sorts of mud. Mud's probably the most polite thing they could be throwing at the moment on the res. Yeah, and another, in terms of that envelope of funding, I think spatial analysis, we've talked about that before. Like, other legacy benefits of all of this might be bolstering our IT, our data, and our team capacity. And this is going to go on for 10 or 15 years. Like, I think we've got an opportunity to bolster capacity all the way through this and quite reasonably try and address some of what we're trying to do through the SRV, and we've got to keep doing that. But whatever we can leverage out of the res and ease pressure on our rates and the SRV, the better. So, yeah, that's the feedback, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any other questions or comments, please? All right, well, I like to thank our strategic planner for the advice. Probably, given the amount of work, once every 3 months, is that a yes? Is that a good? That's, yeah, I got it right there, thank you. So, and because obviously for the staff to work between the capital program and this program, significant amount of work. So I have moved Councillor Burrows, seconded by Councillor Blake, so the council receives and notes a report. And maybe a second comment that the council takes on board those key issues for the, how do I put it, advancing the concerns of Uralla Shire Council. That's appropriate. Thank you. Councillor Burrows, you happy to add that in? Thank you. But you're right, every council wants part of the money, Councillor Blake, so I appreciate that.
Mayor, I mean, can I ask, can the report next time, the next iteration, incorporate that representative level as well, which is more in the mayor's bailiwick, but it then brings together a whole perspective. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, councillors. I've now got the council receives and notes this report, and council takes on board the key issues identified in advance of the Uralla Shire Council position. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Councillors, item 13.3, the Hill Street Affordable Housing Project Advisory Committee, appointment of councillor delegates and project update. Councillors, I have the recommendations and note the report, and also to appoint 2 council delegates to the Hill Street Project Advisory Committee. So I'll need 2 delegates, please, for this committee. Councillor Arnold?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Philp as one of those positions, given her local knowledge and understanding and experience in the community sector.
Fine with that. Councillor Doran?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Blakester, given his work with Homes North and generally within this space. I think he'd be a great advocate, and certainly with his local knowledge and working with our local community right across the Shire and broader region for 20 years.
Thank you. Councillors, any other nominations? And I'll go back to those 2 and ask if they're happy. Councillor Blakester, Councillor Philp. So, councillors, the recommendation of council notes the report and appoints 2 council delegates, Councillor Jen Philp and Councillor Adam Blakester, to the Hill Street Project Advisory Committee. We're going to need a mover and a seconder. Yeah, move Councillor Arnold, second Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillors, 13.4, the draft building asset. Oh, sorry.
Are we going to talk about the Hill Street report?
Yep. No. Where you go? Don't leave yet. Councillor Blakesy, where you go?
Well, yeah, look, couple of points. Two substantive points that I'm most concerned about. It's good, but just getting to the nub of it, page 26, there's a conclusion that future updates on this will come solely from the councillor delegates. My concern about that, and this touches on what Councillor Burrow was just remarking on, is councillors, we only see a fraction, not even a tip of the iceberg of the totality of what officers are working on. So I have a concern that if the only reporting is going to come from councillors, I don't think that will be complete and adequate a picture. So that's the first point I wanted to make. The next concern I have is I've, as you know, had a question on notice for some time about what the mechanism is going to be to quarantine surpluses from this project, which the original proposal that came to the council said they would be quarantined to only be reinvested back into the Uralla LGA. But I've been asking, how are you going to do that? And now in the actions update, so right ahead onto page 292 of our open agenda attachments, the conclusion is you don't need to worry about that because there won't be any surpluses. That concerns me a lot, actually. And then the last point I want to make is the obvious bombshell that there's a 50 unit minimum on the funding criteria, and we've been downplaying. Sorry, that's not what it says. Okay, all right. Someone can tell me what it is then.
General Manager, can you just ask the strategic plan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you for the questions. And I will invite the Senior Strategic Planner to provide councillors with an overview of where we are with the project, and certainly that issue of the HAF criteria might be helpful. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So the HAF round opened, and to Councillor Blake's observation, there is a 50 dwelling minimum threshold per application. So the CHP that we're working with, Homes North, has a portfolio of projects across the region to meet that 50 unit minimum threshold. There is absolutely no question that we'll fit 50 units on Hill Street. That's not in anyone's thinking. I mean, you possibly could, but it would probably look like Hong Kong or something. The application for Uralla will depend on the appetite of HAF funding the entire portfolio across the region. They have more than 50 units that they are looking to have supported by HAF. They are working with several other councils. They are predominantly focused on the council partnership stream of the HAF round. Another really important revelation from the HAF round announcement was that they will not be funding replacement dwellings, only additional. So that has answered a question for us about whether or not we need to retain the existing units on that site. If we were to demolish them, we would not be eligible for funding to replace them. So Homes North are very now concentrating on design outcomes that retain the existing units. We have a preliminary yield analysis. We have a preliminary concept plan for the site. That was prepared by Dustin Leading Architects, who you will remember was the architect on the Moich projects. Homes North have been very, very complimentary of that architect and have thanked us for tipping them off about his existence, actually, and plan to work with him in the future on social housing projects. And the half round remains our main hope for getting the project off the ground. At this stage, however, the very first application that was made to HAF was for 5,000 units and completely exhausted the funding. So we will have to see the outcome of that initial application, because the process for HAF is first come, first serve in terms of the way the applications are considered. As well as the appointment of the councillor delegates, we have honed in on the 3 community representatives, and we will be, Steve and I have, Group Manager, Community Service, Corporate Services. Mr. Williams and I have gone through the process of assessing the 8 expressions of interest that we received against the criteria, and we'll be we've had phone calls with all of the expression of interest submitters, and we'll be contacting them tomorrow to confirm whether or not they've received a spot. It's not really much else to report.
Thank you. Councillor Arnold.
I'm just interested in Councillor Blake's question about the councillor delegates, because I think it's similar to what we experienced with ACCA. I think that the minutes of the meeting that we would assume we would get, plus the councillor input, I would think would be enough, and I'm not sure how much more we would expect to receive from that process of that committee.
Even what you've said there is more than what is in this report. So if it is minutes and papers, so the reports are there like we get with ACCA plus a verbal, then we're getting a package of information. But the current framing, literally what's before us to approve, just says it'll be the delegates. And I won't support it if that's the case.
No, I think we can work that way. Thank you, Councillor Arnold, Councillor Blason. Any other questions?
Can I just come back to that issue of surpluses, or will we do it? I thought we'd better to deal with it now than in the action item.
What I'll ask is if we put in there that item 3, that council receives further advice on the management of surpluses from possible surpluses, and then we'll get further advice from staff.
And then just one last comment, if I may beg your tolerance, Mr. Mayor, just to make the observation that our federal member has made housing affordability a top priority. And so this is an example where pragmatically we can seek support to address what already is a massive housing affordability issue. We've gone from the most to the least affordable housing in the region. That trend is unlikely to turn around without assistance with mechanisms like this. And if our federal member could stay somewhere in the electorate and do something for the electorate for a change, that would be something that would be enormously useful. I'm happy to be delegated to take that task on.
More than happy to write item 4 that council communicates, seeks support from our federal member. Or is it Northern Tablelands or Newington? I'll get confused after the last CWA meeting. Yeah, so our federal member, thank you for that. Councillor Burrows.
May I ask that there be another point that says the councillor representatives will provide a report including the agenda and minutes of whatever they go to? Thank you.
If I can just ask one question, please. I was just thinking about community engagement, considering that we've had a community petition on the matter. I'm wondering, how are we going to engage with our community on the next steps? I know that it says there that, as per the usual, have your say and Wordsworth and Facebook or whatever else it says. But I'm just thinking, given the actual, petition and interest from the community, whether we need to do something additional for this situation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So firstly, in the next steps section of the report, it's noted, the fourth dot point, that upcoming priorities include scheduling the next community information session once early concept material becomes available. So the intention is, once Homes North finalises that concept material, we will have something to show the community and councillors, obviously, and we know that the community is very keen to see what it might look like. So we'll be convening a community meeting to show that material as soon as we can. So that's the first point. And secondly, as prompted by the Mayor, I just wanted to advise councillors that we have concluded a recruitment process for our new Strategic Communications Officer following the departure of our previous officer, and that officer will commence on Tuesday. And I'm not sure if Mr. Williams wants me to say any more at this point, because he may not want his name out there online, but he will be starting on Tuesday. He brings a lot of experience in 2 states, dealing with complex community engagement matters related to government activities, including Queensland Health during COVID, major electricity outages in regional Queensland and the like. And we're looking forward to having him here to get back on board with our community engagement program that we were able to develop under our previous officer, including e-newsletters and the like. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that advice. Just to go back to that you're looking to schedule the next community information session once the concept material becomes available. What I'm wondering is, how long is it going to be before the concept material is available, and whether we should just make a targeted approach to particularly the proponents of the petition in an earliest, like just do an in-between is what I'm wondering, to try to help to take them on the journey.
Our strategic plan has provided information for the next Wordsworth with the copy of the letter that was sent to Mr. Lee for the general consumption. I wrongly assumed that Mr. Lee would tell everybody to sign the petition, however that hasn't occurred, so I think this way that will be the first step of that process. Councillors, any further questions? Thank you. Councillors moved. Deputy Mayor Kath Arnold, seconded Councillor Doran. 1, the council notes a report. 2, appoints 2 council delegates, Councillors Jen Phelps and Adam Blakes, to the Hill Street Project Advisory Committee. 3, received further advice on management of, can we put in any surpluses, please? Any surpluses? 4, notes the councillor delegates will provide reports to council on advisory committee meetings, including agenda and minutes. And okay. No, that's covered. Right, all those in favour? Thanks, councillors. Councillors, 13.5, identification of non-confidential components of the December, sorry? Oh, did I miss one? Yeah, building. Yeah, thank you. 13.4, the draft building asset management plan. 1, that council receives and notes the submission, summary and responses received during the public exhibition of the draft building asset management plan, and 2, adopts the amended building asset management plan. Councillors, you'll note there was a late email that went out with the actual changes, track changes. That was basically part of the original, so for that I apologise. However, if somebody prepared to move this, and Councillor Burrows. Questions, councillors? Councillor O'Connor?
Not so much a question as a comment. And I'd like to start to take on board, when I was reading it, the life cycle management plan, the examples given should, I believe, be germane to the actual asset management plan we're talking about. Because this one has acquisitions being replacement of pipeline for larger size, the new service, etc. A new library is fine, but a renewal of road resurfacing and pavement reconstructions, while illuminating about what a renewal as opposed to an acquisition is, would be better if it was actually something to do with buildings or in the transport, the roads, etc. That's just a comment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I'm sure the asset manager will take that on board. Councillors, any other questions? I haven't moved. Councillor Burrows, seconded, please. Councillor Philp. All those in favour? And thank you, councillors. I appreciate those track changes coming out. Thank you, Mr. Wally. Councillors, item 13.5, identification of non-confidential components, the December 2025 Waste Strategy Report. This came from discussions at our last meeting about what needed to be shared with the community versus what needed to be in confidence. So I thank the county staff for putting together a report. Can I have somebody move the recommendation, then we can discuss it? Councillor Philp, thank you. Questions, councillors? No questions, councillors. Councillor Blazer.
Just I'll stick with it for tonight's meeting. Just to say again, this is flag page 31 about critical state federal funding. It's the sort of thing I'd love to see sitting in that RES report framework. That every time we meet with those state and federal representatives, we're reiterating it. And then I just had one question. We may or may not have talked about this last meeting. I don't recall, but I've had a couple of community members ask me whether soft plastics is something that's in the ambit of the procurement that we're about to go to market for or not. So I know that's a very specific question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will invite the director or the group manager to respond to that, please. It is an industry that has been struggling, as you know, and I think we all want to see robust and resilient recycling systems for soft plastics reintroduced. I'm not sure if we've been able to identify a solution to that yet, but I will invite the director to comment.
Yeah, very, Mr. Mayor. So we didn't talk about it in the last meeting, but we did talk about it in the waste presentation I did last year. Ultimately, the end products for all recycling come down to what the market is wanting. At the moment, soft plastics is a difficult market. You'll also be aware that Red Cycle collapsed and has recently been re-energised, whatever you want to call it, and they're rolling out a trial through Coles, Woolworths and Aldi supermarkets in select areas of New South Wales. Sadly, none anywhere near us. But I'm hoping that those trials end up being positive and then they roll it out like they used to, which would be great. We don't have the capacity within our teams to identify any solutions for soft plastics. We'll have to leave that to the recycling companies. But one positive is that Armidale Recycling Centre are looking to find a solution for soft plastics and a buyer for soft plastics. So at least we might be able to have some stream there, but that's in their court. So we'll obviously support them however we can. But again, that was basically the end of your question. Thank you.
Thank you. I have moved Councillor Philp. The seconder, please. There are no further questions. Councillor Opposed? All those in favour, councillors? Thank you. Councillors, item 13.6, a report on the Uralla Courthouse operating costs. One, that council notes the operating and maintenance cost profile for the Uralla Courthouse, and two, endorses the ongoing operation of the facility as a low-cost community asset subject to regular monitoring of operational expenses and the inclusion of projected long-term maintenance requirements in council's long-term financial plan. Somebody prepared to move that, and then we can have a discussion about it. Councillor Blaster, thank you. Councillors, any questions out of that? Councillor Blaster?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very pleasantly surprised to see how lean the overheads of the facility are. That gives me some comfort. We talk so much about transferring of responsibilities from state and federal, and this is a great example where we get money to refurb but not operate. So I'm really pleased that that is so financially lean. My one question is on page 37. There's, I think it is the very last sentence actually of the report states that future renewal planning should be integrated into council's capital works programming. My question is when, as opposed to just sort of throwing that down into the future.
General Manager, do you have one of your staff want to answer that question?
Yes, I will invite the director to do that. I think that might have been just the way that that's been represented. I think that we certainly would expect to see that as part of our bill.
Thanks. Yeah, bit of a throwaway line. There won't be any significant capital works on it for our time here, but when it does come around, it will out of the BAMP. Thank you, Group Manager. Possibly 20 years into the future, at which time it will start to appear as an item.
Thank you, Councillor Staff. Right. I had a mover for that.
Councillor Blackstone.
Councillor Blackstone, a seconder, please. Councillor Philp. All those in favour? Councillors, we're reminded that next week we've got the 4 community engagement participation this week at the courthouse, so with morning tea provided. I do not know the answer to that, but I will seek advice, because as I say, there's a couple. Right, we shall take that on notice. Where's our IT man over in the corner there?
Yeah, we've got. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We received an email, but I've been involved in other meetings. We'll certainly respond. Thank you.
Council's item 13.7, the draft plan of management for community land Bundara to the Grace Munro Centre. Remembering that this was part of, so they can proceed with their application for accommodation. So, councillors, somebody prepared to move this? Councillor Philp, thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Doran.
The first I read of this was on, I can't remember the weekend, Saturday night, I think, in Melbourne. So I was just trying to wrap my head around an independent person presiding at a required public hearing. And I found that public hearing wording a bit strange. And then the independent person I noticed is one of our staff members. So I'm just would like some more information on that whole item 2, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I invite the Group Manager to respond to that?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, I had to hold it closer. Apologies. No, we're expressly prohibited under the Local Government Act to have a person who works at council or who has worked at council in the past 5 years from being the independent person presiding at the public hearing. we cannot have anyone who has worked at council in the past 5 years or is working at council to be the person presiding over the independent public hearing. So I've reached out to Inverell Council and I've asked if they can provide someone to preside over the meeting. As we're going into an SB, I'm very concerned about cost, particularly because we don't have a budget for this. It's a technical requirement for what on face value appears to be an uncontroversial document. We've socialised it with the current occupiers of the land. They've agreed that that reflects the current operations of the land. The purpose of this document is to allow us to then proceed to a long-term lease of the land. So this document will allow us to do that. However, the process for adopting a plan of management for land is pretty inflexible. If it's the first time you're doing it, it's a really strange way that they've set it up, but they basically said you have to categorise it as one of these 4 categories, and then another provision says if you categorise it in one of those 4 categories, then you have to hold a public hearing about the draft plan of management. So it would have been easier if they just said you have to hold a draft plan of management if you're doing a plan of management. You have to hold a public hearing if you're doing a plan of management for the first time. That would have been a simpler way to do it, but that's not how it's written. But what that means effectively is that is a step in the process we have to go through. So I didn't want to have to go through the process of trying to find someone, spend thousands of dollars to hold a public hearing for a document which I'm expecting is not going to be very controversial. So I've reached out to Inverell Council and said, can you help us with this? And we'd be happy to reciprocate in kind in the future if something like that comes up. The General Manager of Inverell Council has very kindly offered to do it himself or find someone to do it. So the reason why I reached out to Inverell Council is because they're half an hour up the road, and I thought it was best that we hold the public hearing for this out at Bundarra because it directly relates to that community. So we will provide all of the administrative support, but someone from Inverell Council will be presiding over the public hearing.
Can I say thank you? And I think that's entirely appropriate. So thank you very much for that explanation. My further question is about the changing the category of the land use, and I didn't have time to look this up myself. I'm sorry, but to change it from community land, can't get my eyes on it now, to general use, general community use. Core objectives for management of community land categorised as general community use. So, yeah, I suppose I was just trying to understand what the difference is.
The process is there's 2 categories for public land. It's either operational or community land, and then it's further categorised into further subcategories. It's classified as community land or operational land, and then it's categorised as a particular kind of community land. So at this point in time, it's not categorised as any kind of community land. So we need to nominate what kind of community land we want to use it for. That then, depending upon which category you give to the land, that then allows you to do different things with the land. And so general community use is the category which most closely aligns with the current use of the land and for the purpose for which we want to use it, which is to operate, to allow for the operation of an aged care facility and community health facility, and to allow for the land to be leased or licensed, particularly to allow for long-term leasing of the land.
Thank you, Councillor. So remember back to they couldn't get more than 5 years without us going through the formal process. What it doesn't do is if we went through a similar process to the LEP, where we moved it to operational and then you could sell it, but you can't sell community to them. So we need to be really clear with the community. This is not about us trying to set it up to sell, just so that we can continue to expand on that side. Thank you for that. Councillor Blakester? I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of things. The first one is the one I'm most concerned about is we're going to all of this additional work, and staff have already done this work, and as Mr. Dyer has already said, we have no budget for this, and all of that is with the purpose of getting a long-term lease. but the tenant hasn't even signed the current lease. And so I'm concerned about that. All the way through this document, it's written as if we have a lease, but we don't. And my concern about that is, if it was me negotiating this, I wouldn't go any further until the other party had already proved their bona fides to me. I'm concerned about us doing even more, and I don't know what is the problem. Why haven't we got a signed lease? And even more concerning than that, there are obligations that the tenant has under that lease, and I have concerns about whether they're fulfilling those obligations at this moment in time if they're not bound to any agreement with council. For instance, the regular safety reviews that they're meant to be doing, things like that. So, yeah, appreciate some comment on that, Mr. Mayor.
Group Manager, would you like to comment, please?
Mr. Mayor, in terms of the current lease, they're operating on a month-to-month lease, so there is a lease in place. It's just operating month-to-month. So the disadvantage, I would say, would be to the current operator in that they don't have any tenure of security while they operate from month to month. We had offered them a 3-year lease on same terms as the current lease, so there was no material change or difference from the current terms of the current month-to-month lease to the 3-year lease. I've not had any direct comment from the board of the community organisation that operates the facility out at Bundarra, but anecdotally I understand they're holding off until we provide them with a longer term lease as opposed to a 3-year lease and then doing another lease once we go through this process. But that being said, we have done everything that we can on our end to progress the lease. It's been provided to them for signature. It hasn't been signed yet. I can't say any more than that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be much more comfortable if anecdotes were in writing. Like, if that is what they're thinking, put that to us in writing before we invest more ratepayer money. Like, we're trying to be supportive, but what are we getting back? And that's just relationship management 101 in my experience. Just two other minor things. The performance measures on page 41. Page 41. I think there needs to be a performance measure there that is about the actual tenancy, like the substantive use of the site. The whole reason for its existence is to operate that aged care facility there, but there's no performance measure about how that's going. I think that's a critical gap. And then just the last thing is a very technical point. I just wondered, is it okay that the author of a report, I have no problems with the report other than what I've said, but the author and the authoriser of the report are one and the same party in council? Or are they meant to be different? That's just a technicality.
I will get this working first go. In terms of the authorising of the report and who it was prepared by, I think that's just the way that I created the report, that it was set up. All reports are authorised by the General Manager before they're published. So in reality, it's prepared by and then authorised by the General Manager. In terms of the performance management for the lease, any longer term lease is going to come back to council. So if that's a particular concern that council has, that would be a decision for council in terms of any longer term lease. This is the first step to set up a longer term lease. The short term lease, we've already taken those steps in accordance with previous council resolutions to provide them with a short term lease while we go through the process of preparing a draft plan of management so that we can then go through the next steps to prepare a longer term lease. However, the process for preparing a longer term lease is quite onerous, and that would have to come back to council. That's not a decision that council officers could make independent of council. So I would presume that the opportunity for council to have that input on those performance measures would come when council's making that decision about the longer term lease. I think there'd be informal discussions beforehand, of course, but any formal decision of council would have a say on that.
I would make two comments. One is that obviously for the staff to ensure that the board are aware of what we need before we go too far down the tracks. I think the second comment I would make is that the reading for the position in Maclean Village, which would have been the biggest provider in the region, and now has 6 other smaller facilities, and their position makes all this. We need to tread a bit carefully, but be careful what you wish for. So thank you to the staff for that. Councillor Thorpe.
Thanks for that, Mr. Mayor. I'd really like to say thank you to the staff for working on this, and I think I can read kind of between the lines, and I really want to, I guess, express gratitude to the Grace Munro board that they are looking for other ways to use that space as well, so it's not wasted. They've got in here that they want a pharmacy in there, and I know it's been talked about for a while. When regional and rural areas are finding it really hard to service these things, I think Bundarra are really looking for ways to make it work out there, and using our building as such. They've shown in this that they've asked whether a pharmacy would be permitted in the future, so they are looking long term to provide a lot more services in that area, which I think is really great in this day and age.
Thank you very much for that. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor, we have a minute for that. And a seconder, please. Councillor O'Connor. All those in favour of the recommendation that I'm going to have to go the other way. Sorry, Councillor Blakesville, I've confused everybody. Move Councillor Phelps, seconded Councillor O'Connor. One, that Council resolves to place the draft plan of management for Lot 24 in DP 753646 to Thunderbolts Way, Bundarra, on public acquisition in accordance with sections 36, 40 and 48 of the Local Government Act 1993 New South Wales. 2, appoints an independent person to preside at the required public meeting. 3, schedules a public meeting to be held at the Bundarra School of Arts in late April or early May 2026. And 4, receives a further report regarding the draft plan of management following completion of the statutory process for consideration for adoption. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillors, item 13.8, the 2025-26 half-yearly operational plan progress report. The recommendation is the council receives and notes the 2025-26 operational plan half-yearly progress report. Somebody move it and then we discuss. Thank you, Councillor Burrows. Any questions, councillors? Comments? Councillor O'Connor.
Couple. One I've got is on page 184 of the attachments. I make a comment about the council's urban footpath network is being maintained for safe access for pedestrians, and it's a blue. That and blue means. Yeah, it's on target. I would beg to differ with that blue. Only that the footpath network is a very flexible. In fact, one day it's fine, the next day it's not. I think that blue is probably a little high for what I would put in. That was just a comment. In relation to page 190, the comment, this is in relation to managing bookings at the old courthouse. It says all bookings of the courthouse for 2025 have been completed. It would be beneficial for us to know the number of bookings. In other words, instead of saying all, the number of bookings have been successful. I think because it could be 4 or 40. 4 means it's easy. 40 means it's a really big deal. So that's that one. Next one, in relation to page 202, it's the water, and it's got a blue, which I think should be green, because it's 100% compliance with the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. I think if you're reached halfway through the year and you have no complaints, that should be green. Could be blue next time, or even red. But I think that's just my item. No, this is whether or not they meet the guidelines. In other words, when they send away the testing, they're getting it back within the range, which is quite an achievement, I might add. So I think you're underrated yourself in that run. And I've drawn attention to a couple of typos that I found. Yeah, that was 2 typos, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Blakesley?
Oh, you're sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I just want to say thank you. Again, I can see significant body of work that's gone on in revamping the way that we're doing the performance reports on the operational plan. Really appreciate that, and particularly appreciate some of the really strong positives and achievements and successes, such as the one Councillor O'Connor's referred to. I think there's a few there in water, sewer, waste area, particularly for Uralla Town, and also I think some of the in-kind support for events, and I know staff have been doing a lot of work to better track and quantify the extent of resources and the like in that respect. All of that I think is really good. I've got a couple of questions. The first one, there's a few remarks made about the new arrangements post New England Weeds Authority with regard to the MOU with Uralla Shire Council, and some of the remarks made indicate that that's not going so well, and I just wondered if, as a starting point, staff could give us an update about the situation on that, because I note that's also got financial implications that are going to come up later.
Yeah, after discussions with the staff, I'd be keen if we could talk about that when we get to the financial implications, because I think the two are strongly linked, if that's suitable. Councillor Blakesley.
Thank you. I will sit tight on that. Following on my representative's line of focus this meeting, page 198 talks about telecommunications issues. Just want to flag that really as a federal, it says state, but I don't think state are much use to us on that. I think that's all federal. Question, there's reference to a disability inclusion accessibility plan report that's been submitted to the Department of Community Justice. I wondered whether we could get a copy of that report circulated, just to have a sense of what that looks like for the Shire. It's something that comes up a bit in the community. People certainly ask me about that. There's reference to an Aboriginal organisation called Awata, IWATTA, on page 189. I've never heard of that organisation, and very keen to be abreast of all our First Nations groups. I wondered if anyone might be able to say anything about that. Yep. And then just a general remark. I'm aware that we have done some footpath work in Bundara. I'm also aware we've done a whole lot around the free camping area out at the crossing, and then also the in-town, but they're not explicitly mentioned, and so I just want to pick that up. If that's an oversight, it'd be good to include it, because as we all are doing, is really focusing the whole Shire. Page 205, it's probably a typo, but the way the integrated water cycle management project's talked about, sometimes it almost suggests that it's complete, but I don't think it is. page 205 states that the final reports have been provided to the department in December 2025. I don't think that's the case. I think that's alluding to the end of this calendar year. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, I think the language could probably be tightened up. I think it assumes detailed knowledge. The stage of the project is all of the data collection, analysis, input by council. That phase is finished. That all now sits with Public Works Advisory, and they are turning that into the output. And the next we will hear from them is in, I think it's the 4th of April. We will get the draft copy of the options report, which will give us the draft options that we could follow to increase our water security. That then goes through a number of iterations, and other reports are attached to it. And around second half of the year, we'll get the final options report, and then there's a final body of work. So the work for council is actually done until we start to get those reports and review them. Your other point was
disability inclusion action.
Sorry, I'll swing to the group manager.
Bundara, just including Bundara where relevant. Telecommunications and federal.
Sorry, the date is incorrect. Should be December 26th.
Yeah. Thank you. And then just a couple of final things. The references to Bundara's sewer, I think it'd be good to be just a little bit more nuanced around that. That's still a very sensitive live issue for Bundara, and I know, like, the report states how we've invested in the aerator, but I think we just need to be sensitive about that in terms of the fact that, like I say, it's still a live issue from a community point of view. And then there's a reference to NAIDOC, page 193, is to come, but I think we already did NAIDOC in this financial year in July, so it'd be good to put the current year one. And then very last thing, Mr. Mayor, the references to dear departed Councillor Petrov on page 188, again, probably just the phrasing around that could be slightly different, just to be sensitive to that. But otherwise, I'll just come back to thanking all the staff involved in pulling together. I can only imagine what a juggling act that is to get it into one report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors' comments? Councillor Doran?
Most of mine have been covered, actually, and I picked up on the Councillor Petrov continues to represent council at the library thing, which is probably needs to be fixed up, and a few typos. So if I just jump to I've got 218 is my page, and this was like just a previous date. Preparation and application in progress for submission on the 2nd of February. So that's the SRV.
Excuse me, Councillor Dorian.
So maybe it was submitted on the 2nd of February. Yep, gotcha. So the 2nd of February, so whether you, anyway, that was just something to tidy up. 220. I was just wondering about exit interviews. So it says that 100% were provided the opportunity, but it does say there that the in-person exit meetings yielded less feedback than the form. So I'm just wondering it would be good to know exactly how many exit interviews or forms that are achieved, because that's more talking about the opportunity to provide them, but it doesn't say like how many we get or don't get.
Yeah.
And then
through you, Mr. Mayor, just in terms of the exit interviews, obviously it's a staff choice if they wish to provide feedback on their exit, and it has been, I suppose, a form-based process. ask them to complete a form. We at the recent exec planning day, we had a look at this issue, and we've concluded that an exit conversation would be more effective, and we're implementing that now in an effort to ensure that we can get some feedback from exiting staff regarding, their reasons for leaving, etc. So we hope to be able to improve on that result in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Doran, you had other questions? Okay. Any other councillors? Councillors, I have moved Councillor Burrows, the seconder, please. Councillor Blakester. All those in favour, the council receives and notes the 2025, 2026 operational half-yearly progress report. Thank you. All in favour, councillors? I assume the group manager is going to collect the chief finance officer. Thank you. We'll just take a pause. Councillors, the pictures are at 6:30, so we'll see how we go. Councillors, while we're waiting, I have advised that 30 bookings for the courthouse.
For Councillor O'Connor in particular?
30 bookings at the courthouse.
Councillor O'Connor?
30 bookings at the courthouse. Which is more than the Armidale District Courthouse, yeah.
So you sit there and let's start.
Mushtaq, thank you for coming. With the audio process, you do need to be close to the microphone, and if you get a thumbs down from Alex, he's probably not hearing you through because it's direct live stream. So thank you for your attendance. Councillors, item 13.9 is the loans as of the 31st of January 2026. The recommendation of the council notes the total loan position as of the 31st of January 2026 is $1,090,450. Somebody prepared to move that? Councillor O'Connor. Any questions, councillors? Councillor O'Connor.
Not so much a question, but a question I asked of the Chief Financial Officer was in relation to 190 bridge construction and industrial land. You'll notice that it's got 988,510 and still that. The reason for that is that it's a quarterly payment. So I've often seen it and I've worked it, but I didn't know why precisely it was, but it's a quarterly payment.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions? Seconder, please, councillors. Councillor Philp, all those in favour? No, I won't count Councillor Williams if he votes. Councillors, item 13.10, investments as of the 31st of January 2026. Recommendation the council notes the cash position as of the 31st of January 2026 consisting of cash and overnight funds of $4,465,402, term deposits of $19,000, and total cash and term deposits amounts of $23,465,408 as of the 31st of January 2026. 2. Restrictions are reconciled on a quarterly basis. As of the 31st of December 2025, total cash and investments were $24,383,827, comprising of $17,906,150 in external restrictions, $4,985,028 in internal restrictions, leaving an unrestricted balance of $1,112,649. This compares with an unrestricted cash balance of $2,644,164 as of the 30th of September 2025. So somebody move that and then we'll have questions. Councillor O'Connor. Questions, councillors? Councillor O'Connor?
Mr. Mayor, you'll notice that there's a reduction of 1.5 million in relation to the unrestricted funds. Question I actually asked of the Chief Financial Officer today, and it's basically on the basis of the snow event. The snow event, normally what would happen is we would raise invoices, but at the moment the snow event has not been classified or categorised as what the amount is, so no invoice has been raised. So we've expended all the money and we haven't raised an invoice. So that's the 1.5 million that's really there.
I might get the director just to change that word around invoice to cash, but I'll ask the director to update us what our current status is, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was speaking with the acting director of reconstruction this morning. Again, we've had quite a few chats. Reconstruction are in receipt of, I think the total outgoings are around 1.5 million for the snow event. They're in receipt of about $1 million worth of invoices from us, or claims. Those claims are going through the process. We had a discussion with reconstruction, who are for the first time dealing with these claims. It's been the requirement to do that's been handed over from Transport for New South Wales. So there's been some delays as the reconstruction teams learn the processes. We had a discussion with them about a month ago about how long it was going to take, because there were cash flow implications for us if they weren't paid. They invited us at that stage that if we started to look like we were going to experience cash flow issues, we could request prioritisation of our claims. And I did that this morning. The other 30% of claims that are yet to go in have actually been submitted but were returned for further evidence. So we're now going through the provision of further evidence on those, the other 30%. I'm reasonably confident that money will flow. The issue is when, and like tomorrow morning would be fantastic. It probably won't work out that way. That's being dealt with though as effectively as we can. And there's one other avenue that the Mayor offered me that I've asked him to hold off on, which is the local member type pressure. But to maintain the very good working relationship we've got with reconstruction, we'll keep that in the back pocket.
As the director pointed out, there's a time limit on it, and when they stop being nice to us, we'll stop being nice to them. So I believe that they can't put us in this position. But as I say, if we go gently and we get an outcome, then everybody happy. If we don't, then I'm happy to scream and yell. You'll notice that they're probably in the last local government notice that came out that places like Kempsey have got 34 million or something, or 54 million, some incredible amounts of money that they're still waiting for. So, as I say, I support the director in his general communications, and if there's a limit, there's an end date. So, and as pointed out here, our cash position isn't great. Thank you, councillors. Any other councillors? Councillor Doran?
Just a really quick one. Can we just take away the gap between the dollar sign and the numbers? Just tidy it up so it's just a bit tidier, if that's okay.
Councillor Blazer.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, just to say my email, separate matter, where I missed the unrestricted balance being in the report. I don't know how I missed it. Thank you, Tony, for picking me up on that. My question is, can, through you, Mr. Mayor, we get some comfort about what the forward projection is around unrestricted cash? That's obviously starting to get really skinny now, and I note the remarks already made about the storm and other natural disaster claims. But yeah, I'd appreciate some further information about what the forward cash flow looks like, given that we don't have a lot of margin of error now with that unrestricted cash.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. So my view is the council and the staff will be in a lot better position in a month's time to have that discussion. Given that the issue around external restrictions is absolutely off limits. Internal restrictions will need council resolution. So anything aimed down that path would be a resolution matter, not a general discussion matter. But I've always had confidence in the director coming through, and so I'll keep them fingers crossed. But in a month's time, we'll have a really critical discussion about it. Thank you very much. Councillors, no further questions. I'll look for a seconder, please. Councillor Burrows, you're happy to second it? No, Councillor O'Connor moved it. Yes.
Sorry, I just want to ask, the Regional Australia Bank term deposits have plummeted. Is there something going on as to why the amount we're investing with our local institution is so low?
Thank you. It relates to their credit rating. So there's a restriction under council's policy to 10%. The Chief Finance Officer might correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you, 10%. My view is that now, as they head into their third amalgamation or merger, that we might revisit that, because it is, and we were above that limit, so the finance staff had to bring it back to that. So
we're down at 3.7% according to this report.
Thank you. We'll have staff go through that on the basis of, yes, they've now joined with merged with Summerland, and they're now talking about merging with this group. So the Finance Committee, if they can review that, that'll be true. Thank you. Chief Finance Officer. So seconded by Councillor Burrows. The council notes the cash position as of the 31st of January 2026 consisting of cash and overnight funds of $4,465,402, term deposits of $19 million, and total cash and term deposits amount of $23,465,402 as of the 31st of January 2026. And two, the restrictions are reconciled on a quarterly basis as of the 31st of December. Total cash and investments of $24,003,827, comprising $17,906,150. External restrictions and $4,985,028 in internal restrictions, leaving an unrestricted balance of $1,112,649. This compares with an unrestricted cash balance of $2,644,164 as of the 30th of September 2025. All those in favour? Thanks, councillors. Councillors, item 1311, the monthly finance report as of the 30th of January 2026. The council receives the attached monthly finance report for January 2026. Somebody move that. Councillor Blakeston. Questions, councillors? Councillor Blakeston.
Just one question, Mr. Mayor, which is page 231 of the attachments in the comments at the very last one, number 7. It states capital expenses reported here does not include 1.7 mil in commitment. My question is, what is the 1.7 mil in commitment, please?
I'll ask the CFO to provide more advice, Mr. Mayor, on the specifics of that. It's infrastructure or capital investment program committed funds, committed.
Thank you for the question. This amount is basically the amount, the purchase order issued and the project is in progress. So the amount we report here includes basically the actual payments the council has already made. So with this $4,099,000, we can add 1.7 million to estimate how much work has been done and is in progress. Thank you.
If, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, I might just follow up on that. The 1.7 figure is not a single thing. It's the combined total of all work orders we've issued to contractors that we are yet to have to pay for, because invoices haven't been received. So it's work in progress of 1.7 is quite high for us in the normal course of events. So it indicates the tempo is pretty well up at this time of the year. So that's about the only guidance I can give you. Group leader, group manager, have you got any idea what any of those projects might be off the top of your head? They will primarily be roads projects.
Can I just add, sorry.
Just while we're there, can we get an update on the main street, given that we don't have that report, please?
GM, if it's okay, I'll flick to the expert.
Through Director, Transport for New South Wales have cancelled the works because the prices they got from the contractors were higher than they anticipated. So their own estimators within Transport for New South Wales obviously need to update their construction pricing, because all the quotes they got back from the three contractors that they engaged for actually were higher than they anticipated, so they cancelled the project. Well, it's not our road, so there is no next steps for us. So it's.
Can you give us an update on the money that we haven't seen, please?
That's what it is.
Sorry, a question from the Mayor, an update on what we are now doing, because we had money set aside to co-fund our streets as part of that project.
Yes, we did. So we were, if you recall, we were looking to seek a variation from Transport for New South Wales to do all the parking lanes and the intersections. That was to come out of the Roads to Recovery funding, which is a $5 million block of funding that gets spent over 5 years. As part of that grant funding, we had to nominate a project and get that approved by the R2R body, and we were waiting for Transport for New South Wales to confirm our variation cost, which is why every time the CFO had to report, he had to report that there was this big bucket of money that wasn't being spent every time, and the question came up, why not? Well, it was because we were waiting for Transport. So now the Transport have pulled the rug from out from under us. We're identifying the next best place to spend our money, and we're looking at our Category 5 roads, being that the ones that obviously need to be replaced urgently. And the one that comes top of mind is Demerrick Road in Invercargill. So we'll be targeting that road next. But of course, we just want to make sure we're spending the money in the right place. So we've got a couple of options, and Demerrick is coming out on top at this stage.
Yeah, I might just add, councillors, you'll note that we didn't have our civil infrastructure report in this agenda. We are intending to bring it to the next one, and the group manager, I'm sure, will be able to provide more advice in that report on these matters and potentially identify the alternative projects at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. With no further questions, I have moved Councillor Blakes to a seconder, please. Councillor Doran. The council moved Councillor Blakes to second. Councillor Doran. The council receives the attached monthly finance report for January 2026. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillors, item 13.12, second quarterly budget review 2025-26 QBRS. Recommendation the council receives and notes the second quarterly budget review summary 2025-26 financial year and adopts the adjustments to budget allocations. A mover, and then I'll pass your question, please. Thank you, Councillor Blakes. I might get an update from the Chief Finance Officer, please, through your General Manager.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will invite the CFO to provide advice on this. Councillors, I mean, we have talked about some of the challenges we're facing, and particularly with the delayed reimbursement of costs associated with the storm damage and obviously the water project. So that's significantly impacted on our bottom line, and there are some other drivers that have led to the position you'll see in the papers. We do have a minor amendment to the recommendation which is on the board there, but I think the best thing is if the CFO just takes you through those adjustments and where we're at. Where we know about expected expenditure, it's incumbent on us to actually include that in the figures that we bring to you. So you'll see that the by-election costs are in there. They're undercooked, unfortunately, from what we've heard last night. But obviously at the time that was our best advice. So I'll ask the CFO to provide more advice on the matters in that report.
I might just hold up with the CFO for a sec. General Manager, we mentioned earlier about the discussions on the noxious weeds. We might start with an update on that, please, before we then go to the CFO.
So, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll take that one. So, councillors, as you recall, with the dissolution of the New England Weeds Authority, the staff and the functions of that organisation were transferred to the member councils. And in the case of Uralla and Walker, we undertook to work together with our weed spraying function, and one officer was allocated to Uralla, transferred to Uralla from Newer, to support weed spraying in both Uralla and Walker councils. An MOU was signed as a result of that commitment. Unfortunately, since that time, Walker Council has undergone significant executive change, and as a result of that, that MOU has not actually been enacted. We are in discussions. We've been in discussions with the new GM and now the newly appointed director at Walker Council, and that program will now get underway. We will review the arrangements going forward because it is a bit of a challenge to manage that, but we have appreciated the situation at Walker Council. Walker and Uralla have separate biosecurity officers, so we have our own biosecurity officer. That role isn't shared. But we have been partnering Walker with some of that work in preparing the weed action plan proposals, and that assistance and engagement and I suppose cooperation across the two councils will continue. In terms of the weed spraying situation, you'll notice that we've reduced the forecast revenue from 90. We expect to probably receive 30 through that for the remainder of the period. So that's the reason for that situation, and we'll monitor that and probably talk more with you when we start discussing the budget for next year about the program going forward. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Or saving that up for the operational plan workshop. So while the weeds officer has, we only have a 50%, if you like, entitlement to the weed officer that's budgeted. We are actually utilising that weeds officer in other work around the Shire in the open space, parks and gardens area. And so that work is charged to the relevant work orders in that area. We do know that he is very enthusiastic about that work and has fitted in well with the open space team. He's quite a passionate gardener. So it's been a good outcome, but of course not really in keeping with what our expectations were, and we're very conscious of that. Thank you. I'll hand over to the CFO for more advice on the budget review outcome. Thanks.
Thank you, General Manager. This QBRS package has now two sections. The first section is basically to cover the compliance of the Office of Local Government. They have introduced a new reporting system, which is more of compliance reporting. And if the format we have been following before is in page number 246 and 247. The main adjustment we proposed in this QVRS basically includes snowstorm, depreciation, then water, the mains and water repair and maintenance. These are the major areas where we had about $2.7 million of adjustment, which is negative adjustment. Depreciation is not a cash expense, but it ultimately hits the bottom line of profitability. So my overall comment in the report was that if the council cannot recover the stormwater related expenditure, then there is possibility that at the end of the year, council will face a cash shortfall for the general fund. And for the water, we need to recover the groundwater and IWCM project cost. Those payments were made from water funds. And good news is, we are expecting 500,000 very soon for groundwater project, which will improve the water fund's cash position. That's overall summary. And other funds will remain the same. There will not be a major impact in sewer fund. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, a question to the Director. So the issues around the water and sewer expenditure for new lines, is that funded from the internal restrictions, or is that the cash issue?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. All of those transfers are from the relevant water or sewer reserve.
Are they tied up in the IMWC, whatever it is, or is that a separate issue altogether? Right.
No, separate issue. The groundwater and IWCM are drawn from the water budget, either operational or capital, and then meant to be backfilled as we put in our claims. And so that will happen. So I would say the transfers for the water fund that are talked about in this report will actually be backfilled when those IWCM and groundwater bills are paid. So didn't want to dress it up as a temporary thing, just in case they never get paid, but theoretically.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Staff. Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Blaster?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. Firstly, just coming back to the weeds arrangement, is it possible to give us a status of what the current situation looks like income-wise? Because there's also references to the income that we've received being lower as well, if my memory's right. So just where do we stand now, noting the ongoing negotiations with Walker Council? What's that overall financial picture of income and costs for the weeds function, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If you continue with your questions, I'll just pull up that information and provide that to you in a moment. I believe I have circulated that after our weed action plan funding grant was approved. So it's been approved for 4 years now, which means we have certainty. It isn't quite as much as we expected, but I'll pull that up straight away while you continue if you're...
Thank you. And question through you, Mr. Mayor. The unrestricted cash, I want to check my interpretation of the reports is correct. So on page 241 of the attachments, the projected end of year unrestricted cash is 6.3 million, 6.27 million. So my question is Is that correct? Given everything that we've just discussed, that will be a fantastic turnaround of what's a currently tight position.
I'm going to ask the CFO to put his name to that.
The line is saying cash and equivalent, not subject to external restriction. Then below the lines, we have internal restrictions as well. So bottom line is showing 1.1 million.
The 1.1 is the year to date, but the third last column, projected year-end result 25-26, that column, so the third last column, third from the right, has an unallocated, unrestricted cash of 6.3 million at year-end.
I think that is not correct.
Yeah,
not
okay.
Correct.
So this comes back to my,
Yeah, that is not correct.
I know we'll look at this in more detail next month, but yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And then I did have one. Oh yeah, last question from me was the TCS plant hire, and I note that that's referenced in the amendment here as well, but I just wondered, what is the plant? I imagine that's a vehicle, but yeah, more specifically, because that's a surprisingly large amount of money, particularly given what we're working through at TCS.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will invite the group manager community to respond to that.
In terms of the plant hire, that relates to the vehicles that Transport uses, as well as the direct support workers. Excuse me. So there's a fleet of about 9 TCS vehicles and about 4 TCT vehicles. There is some asset renewal that's going on at the moment, some changeover of vehicle types that we're using. So, for example, we changed in one of our Camrys for a ute for our direct support worker who's going to be doing the gardening work. And then we had the vehicle that was vandalised, which is still being repaired. We're hoping to get that back in a couple of weeks' time. And we're currently using a vehicle that was in the fleet down in the council until we get our vehicle back, and then that vehicle will then be sold. The way that it works internally, it seems to be a consequence of the way that the funding agreements used to work with Transport for New South Wales. So council owns the assets, and then there's an internal lease. So those costs are fixed. We don't have control over that. That's set at 140 hours per month at a set rate under a master lease. And then we ensure that we utilise those vehicles as much as we can. I was surprised to see that our plant hire was higher than the amount, because it is what it is. And then I was looking to see whether or not there was any change. There wasn't. There just seems to be an error in how we forecast that when we set the budget. So that is the real figure. And as I've said in the report, because of some other savings that we've made, particularly around salary, we're making a small surplus in TCS this year, which is great, because I was actually projecting a small deficit for that service this year. So the team has worked really hard to turn things around there. And then there's efficiencies that we've made in terms of how we're dealing with contractors and using the right contractor at the right price for the right funding stream. So that's been a focus there. However, you'll see on the next line below, there's an adjustment of 30,000 for contractors. So when we were writing the budget, we were projecting that we were going to get a certain utilisation out of our Fresh Start trainee. It took us a bit longer to recruit and fill that position. And we're actually now at that stage where we're training up the trainee. We're hoping in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we'll then be able to assign clients to that Fresh Start trainee. We're currently sharing them with the Parks and Gardens crew. We're hoping to utilise that Fresh Start trainee 1 to 2 weeks, 1 to 2 days per week during the growing season. And that should bring that contractor price down. But there has been some adjustments, but I've been really pleasantly pleased in the fact that our transport arm is at least breaking even, possibly a small surplus based upon the figures that I was looking at when we were going through this exercise, and a small surplus for TCS. The caveat that I do want to put on that is that there has been a market reduction in revenue as we made the transition from home care packages to support at home. It's around about 25 to 35,000 a month reduction in revenue there. We're still seeing what that's going to trend like because it's been industry-wide. There's been a lot of difficulties in submitting those claims through the portal. And so that's been an issue. So there's a bit of a delay in receiving those payments, but there has also been a reduction in revenue. I'm hoping that that will trend up because we're seeing a huge increase in the number of packages, the number of services that we're delivering. But as we've seen with the collapse of the provider up in Uralla Way, the reduction in revenue is really impacting a lot of providers across Australia. So it's a concern. It's something that we're keeping our eye on, but we are projecting it to trend upwards. So I'm hoping that when we get to the end of this year, we'll at least break even, or maybe make a small surplus at the end of that too.
Councillor Doran.
May I ask a related but not directly QBRS question? With the TCS transport bus, I noticed advertising for it to be booked to go to Dobson's. So are we looking to move into a, I don't know what you call that, where they're just being booked by the public? Like, is that a new model? When I saw the advertising, I was like, oh, okay, I didn't know that was a thing.
Community social outings, and then that's done through, depending upon the eligibility of the person who wants to go on those trips, it's either done through the CHSP funding, or it's done through the community transport funding, which is Transport for New South Wales. We were required to go on point to point, so we can run the business commercially without relying upon those fundings, but that's not something that we're looking to do. So the Dobson's trips, they're done through the community transport program if they're not CHSP eligible. So it's akin to a social outing. So, for example, on Monday we took a group of CHSP and support at home clients on a trip up to Gyra and then Inverell to visit the Super Strawberry Farm and go out for lunch and then return again. So that's something that you will see in the programs that we put out for TCS and TCT, and where there's an opportunity to increase those trips that where we can increase our outputs to meet our funding agreements, we'll look for those. But those are all done through volunteer drivers, and that's done through in accordance with the funding agreements that we have.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, General Manager, do you want the CFA to make any further comments?
Through Mr. Mayor, the CFO would just like to speak to the handouts you've got on your tables there, which are a minor amendment to the documents in the agenda, and it's noted that we have these adjustments, which I'll ask him to speak to now. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. The adjustments are basically for one figure, the $1,000 actually reported as absolute figure. So when we checked again, then I identified it and revised in the handouts. Page number 234. If we look at column, fourth column from the last, and the figures were in absolute figure actually, then we changed this one to rounded figure, 2,000. Phase number to 35.
So councillors, I might just
Phase number.
elaborate on that. The figures were inadvertently recorded as absolute amounts rather than in thousands, in line with the reporting format. So it's not a material change. It's a transcription change, and this has now been corrected, and the updated figures included in those attachments that you've been provided.
Right.
The amendment was required in presentation of the depreciation, and the templates have to be amended. It doesn't impact on council's underlying financial results or the overall financial position, so no change to the report is required. It's the way the figures are presented and the format required. Thank you.
Thank you, council. Thank you, councillors. I have any other questions? I've got moved by Councillor Blakes to a seconder, please. Councillor O'Connor. The new recommendations up on the board. Councillor Blakes, are you happy with that addition? That item A? Yeah, thank you. Council, the recommendation council receives and notes the second quarter budget review summary 2025-26 financial year and adopts the following adjustments to the budget allocations. One, the recommendation is receives and notes the second quarter budget review summary for 2025-26 financial year with the following amendment. A, increases the plant hire revenue in the plant function by 75,000, offset the increase in plant hire costs for TCS, noting the adjustment in the associated budget review files. And B, notes the adjustments to reflect the current format in the business paper. And 2, adopts the adjustments to budget allocations. All those in favour?
I'm just looking at this now and wondering, why are we picking that one thing to highlight? I can't remember. Was that already covered? Why are we picking on that one item of all the variations? Why are we highlighting that one?
It's the one that moves money from one spot to another spot. So the other ones are basically, as we move through them, are all the other adjustments. That's a significant one that moves money from one space to another space. Thank you. Councillors, can we have, you're going to move us into a break for morning? Yeah.
I did have a question that I just wondered if on page 2.4 of the attachments, where it talks about the membership of the membership subscription paid to the Mid-North weight of loads, is this yet another cost shift to us?
No, it was an error. It should have been in our budget.
Okay.
We've been a member. Sorry, Miles, I think you're coming to the door. Sorry. We've been a member for as long as I can remember. Thank you very much. Councillors, I need somebody to move us to have dinner. Councillor Burrows, second, Councillor Arnold. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Any for the printers? Councillors, we're now looking for somebody to move us back into Councillor Doran, Councillor Blakes, are all those in favour? Thank you. Time's 7:08. Councillors, item 13.13, the Thunderbolt Festival. Recommendation that Council writes to Uralla Rotary acknowledging their withdrawal from future Thunderbolt Festival events and their past contribution. Notes the advice of the report regarding cash and in-kind support provided by Council for previous festivals, and confirms the Council's premier event in the annual Christmas Street Party, and Council has no capacity to take on additional events. Councillors, we had two declarations of pecuniary interest, one from Councillor Doran as a non-pecuniary, given that she's a Rotarian and was a coordinator of the Thunderbolt Festival, but she was staying, and Councillor O'Connor, who, because he's a member of the board, an officer of the Rotary Club of Uralla, will be declaring a non-pecuniary significant interest and will be leaving the meeting soon. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillors, somebody want to move the recommendation? Councillor Philp.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, just repeat that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an alternate recommendation, please. I put no thought into this. So the wording to be something like, well, I mean, I've put thought into the outcome, but not the wording. So the wording to be something around, you can do point one, so rights to Rotary acknowledging their withdrawal from the future Thunderbolts Festival event in there, and recognising the past contribution. I'd like to recommend that 355 committee be, help me with the wording, if we put out an expression of interest for a 355 committee that would be something like Thunderbolts Festival Working Group, and to put that out to the community to garner interest in joining that. Anyway, I'll let staff work out something around that line.
So if we call for expressions of interest and close and say May, if we consider expressions of interest. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to consider that as an alternate recommendation that you'll move. And before we go back to the original one, given that I don't have a move or a second, that can actually become the recommendation. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to it? Councillor Burrows?
I don't think that currently council can afford to put this sort of money into an event. I understand it's been a really great event in the past, and I really appreciate Uralla Rotary having run the Thunderbolt Festival, but I don't think it's something that we should take on at the same time as we're asking for an SRV. I don't think we can say we're going to give this much money and it doesn't sit well with me at all. So I think that if the Thunderbolt Festival wants to happen, then the town must find a way to do it without using funds from council. And at the very most, I would say that we would do the governance for a 355 and nothing more.
So thank you, Councillor Burrows. That's exactly what I'm suggesting, that it be run by the community for the community. So Thunderbolts Festival, as you would have read in the report from Rotary, was a 355 committee of council for, I haven't done the maths, but at least, 18 years, but it actually was longer than that because it was anyway, for whatever, a long period of time. And then the council at the time, and it was about 2016, decided to not continue with 355 committees. And so the members of that group to keep the event alive, asked Rotary if they would auspice and endorse the event, which has been the case in recent times. So where we're at now is that the Rotary Club is just a small pool of people. We're really just running out of people to run the event. And for community people to come on board, they feel like they've got to become Rotarians, like it's just clunky and hard at the moment. Whereas if we bring it back to being the 355 Committee of Council, it opens it up to anyone in the community to come and join and be part of a working group. So that's the vision that Rotary have. I'd like to speak to the money that's been written down there. So
okay, just hold up a sec. I'll get a comment from Councillor Philp and then come back at this up.
So I 100% agree with Councillor Burrows. I think if we're going for an SRV, we can't be adding to our staff's workload by doing this, and it will be adding to our staff's workload. I also think there are other community groups that could take it on if they are approached and spoken to, and I'm sure that Council would still support them as we supported Rotary in the past, but not any extra. But there are other community groups that I think would be able to do it if Uralla wanted it.
Thank you. Councillor Arnold?
Just two things from me. One is a change also to the recommendation, and that is item 3. I would take out Council's premier event is the annual Christmas street party. I think it feels unnecessary. It simply could say confirms that Council has no capacity to take on any additional events without the other comment. My other comment is that there are events like the Winter Solstice, for example, that has run partly with Uralla Arts, and I agree with Councillor Philp that I'm not sure why we would need a 355 committee if there are other community people out there that would take it on and that they could form a committee themselves that could run this without it being a 355. I'm not sure what the advantage of the 355 would be.
Councillor Doran, back to you if you want to speak to the money, and then I might ask you to then address the issue about whether, rather than being a 355 committee, that we seek expressions of interest from other parts of the members of the community, say like the Arts Council. So, please.
So as far as the report which is written, the in-kind support being $13,600. Last year, council, I'll just say council staff, introduced the event management form thingy, which is the attachment, and that was a really onerous job to go through, and it says listed here in that staff time to prepare and coordinate the traffic management plan. Well, that's actually provided by the committee, always has been, so they needed to submit it to Traffic for New South Wales for sure. That's always been the case. And then staff time to set up the event infrastructure, for sure, that's always been the thing. But the extra things that they've put in here to undertake risk assessment, coordinate approvals, liaise with stakeholders, emergency services, like that, there's a whole lot of extra stuff there that was a one-off, and particularly the council staff time liaising with the event insurer and organisers to confirm that adequate public liability and other insurances were in place. Like, so I understand that staff wanted to know that for themselves. And so and as per my email, you will have seen that I requested that that form from last year be provided to councillors so that they could see the work that was done last year. That's a one-off. It's not going to be required to do. The event has been running for 26 years with basically a very similar format that's evolved over time, and the date's not going to change. The format of it has worked really well and would continue to. So I just want to say that I can't remember exactly what the budget for the in-kind support was, but it was more like $3,500. It was something like that. on top of the 12,000, which is the cash contribution. So that is really more likely, which is, I suggest, similar to the support provided to the Bundarra community event, community committee. So having consultation with our community is just really important as well, and I think that connection with council is really important. The other thing, though, that I need to talk about, what was the other thing that's the key? Oh, the other groups. So I have not heard of any other group. We have desperately tried to get other people to come and assist and support, and we're not. There's nobody, and even within Rotary, the Rotarians, I've worked really hard to try to get additional people to come on board and actually do stuff, and they're just not willing. And like, I have carried the event the last couple of years, and it is just too much. The main thing that makes it so fabulous, though, for the whole community is that all the schools that participate and provide food on that day, that is the only fundraising that they need to do. They all make really significant money that goes straight back into their schools and supports them significantly. And that's why we have such great buy-in from the schools and the families that come. It just can't be overstated what a contribution that makes. And the other events that are held annually, or even as one-off, they don't support the schools and the families in Uralla and, you know, the broader region, that families can come together at Thunderbolts Festival for basically no cost, and that is the joy of the event. So I think that if we could put out an expression of interest for a 355 committee, and if that doesn't receive the interest that we're hoping for, then we can look at other angles, but that's going to be the best way forward that I can see. So I would really like to stick with the alternate items that I've put in there, the resolution.
Councillor Phil?
I'd like to speak to the school side of it. I was the president of PNC at Rocky River for many years. It's actually really hard work on a lot of those schools. There was one year that the Rocky School, we could not get any volunteers because the kids were going to be parading, then they were going to be part of this, they were going to be part of that. The parents actually could not do anything else and run the barbecue. I didn't have any kids at the school, and the whole day was me, my partner, and my kids that didn't even go to the school anymore on that barbecue by ourselves. I know that some of the other schools feel it's such a burden because their kids are involved in everything. Yes, it's a good money maker, but to get the manpower to do it, it's a long day and the parents feel like they miss out. I do think that there would be other community groups that would be happy to take it on. I don't know if council support those groups to, I guess, build their capacity to take it on and make them understand that it is something that they can do if that's what they need for it. But I don't think that council should be putting more time, which is money, into this at the moment while we're going for an SRV.
Councillor Burrows?
I'd just like to say again that I think the council stepped away from this once already, and I don't think now, when we're asking people to pay more, that we should be saying, but we're going to run events as well. Like, I find that a very tough ask. I don't think we should be running it.
Councillor Blankster?
Just two things I'd like to comment on. One, I will be extraordinarily pleasantly surprised if there's a volunteer group that can take this on. Uralla Arts, you've got to be kidding. Like, I've just taken over the gigs. Like, that capacity is just not there. So, yeah, that's the first thing. I think that's a dud idea. That's just deflecting a difficult decision. And then the other thing I want to say is I think it's very disappointing that this event, which was run by council for so long and has been a really key community event, not the only one, obviously, the show and others, there are others that are really key as well. But we never made a decision about a Christmas event. That was never decided here. But we are making this decision. And so I feel that is a very, that just feels awful to me, to hear the remarks being made the way they are. It's obviously a really key part of the community going back nearly 3 decades or more. That doesn't mean council should take it on, but my simple take on the 355 idea would be that there's that governance support, but money-wise, this event has its own budget. It's not needing or looking to draw on council's cash funds any more than it has historically done with the sponsorship. And obviously, council is now starting to account accurately for in-kind support, and we're seeing this number in front of us, and eventually by the end of this financial year we will see what in-kind looks like across the board where council is involved. And just to reiterate, it's very uncomfortable for me from a governance perspective that this has been compared with an event that is now being described as preeminent for council. We never agreed to that. We never discussed it. And there's all sorts of governance issues about how that came to be from my point of view.
Can we put up the Councillor Doran's recommendation, please? Councillor Burrows.
I won't support this unless it has something about that the council won't be paying for it. Like that it has to be at the cost of the committee. The committee has to come up with whatever funds it needs for the event. I can't support it. Just
okay. So, Mr. Westbrook, can you write that thought in, and we'll include a recommendation for discussion, and then. So at this stage,
Mr. Mayor, what about if we made item 3 say confirms council has no capacity or funds to take on or additional funds to take on additional events or something to that effect. Do you want to put that in there that would just show that there's not additional money similar to the Christmas fair that's going to be poured into Thunderbolts Festival? That seems to be people's concern. So I don't mind if you want to put that in there. There's no capacity to take on additional events like for staffing, and I don't know.
Confirms the council has no capacity to take on financial or insurance burdens for any additional events. And like even, it's also the in-kind stuff that will end up being a lot of money to council. So basically anything to do with this committee would have to be completely at their cost. They have to find whatever it takes to make Thunderbolts run, not council, is what I'm saying.
Are you saying you would withdraw the in-kind support council has provided for decades, and you would withdraw the cash? And you're saying if you can do it without any council support, so bury it.
Just don't think that we can say we're having an SRB and we can't afford to.
You haven't done this with the SRB, we're off the board.
Because it's the first thing that's just in front of us that's asking for, that is going to be asking for money. I'm not saying anything against Thunderbolts. I'm just saying I think we should be saying no to a lot of things right now.
Okay, councillors, I need to bring the discussion back to through me, please. Councillor Doran.
This has been long budgeted. The $12,000 and the minimal support, in-kind support, not this $13,648. That was a one-off last year. That is not an ongoing. The in-kind support, if I off the top of my head, is rubbish bins on the day for those to be dropped off, to assist with the road closures. The committee have always done the traffic management plan and submit that early to council staff so that they can put it into the Traffic for New South Wales, whatever the system is. That is a long-standing arrangement. So those arrangements have been in place and have been budgeted for for 26 years. That has been an ongoing arrangement. The extra money, which I dispute, and I'm very uncomfortable with it being there in that report because it is, in my mind, just not providing an accurate ongoing figure. That is way inflated. So I would sincerely request that if it could continue on in the way that it has, but to be a committee of council so that it can be opened up for more people to be able to come and join and be part of the working group. As Rotary, we have exhausted our resources in Rotary. People are getting older. We're getting a few young people coming into Rotary. We don't want to burn them out by having them doing everything, and they really do take on a lot of extra things. So we have thought long and hard over this. Basically, a lot of last year was taken up by conversations in the subcommittee trying to work out how can we continue this event, this great, significant event for the Uralla community. And this was all we could land on, was to come back as a 355 committee of council like it always used to be. And it was just a change of general managers and a change of staffing at a time back in 2016 that their direction was to kill off 355 committees. And that's fine. And we took it on, we continued it. But now Bundarra Community Committee is running so successfully, and we just see this as a new wave of let's engage with our community. Let's carry that on.
Councillor Phil.
I'd like to speak to a few things of that, thank you. I believe that 13,000 amount is a lot of staff wages on Saturday. And setting up that park in the week beforehand and everything that's been done, I'd say that's where a lot of that in-kind support dollar figure goes. There are other organisations like the Business Chamber that could probably look at ways of doing it. And I don't feel comfortable if we're going for an SRV to be saying that we're taking on more when we've had to report of how we can cut things to show that we're doing all we can to avoid it. I think it's just a cost shifting thing at the end of the day. And yeah, the Bundarra 355 committee is going great, but that's because the Bundarra community got behind it. I think the Uralla community has to get behind this.
Councillor Arnold.
Just a comment again about the 355. I agree that there's probably potential in the community for people to take this on. I think that a public campaign requesting expressions of interest for people to do that is a really good idea. I just don't think that it needs a 355. What I'm still wondering why a 355 would make it any better.
Councillor Burrows.
I'm not against the 355, and I'm certainly not against the Thunderbolt Festival, fabulous festival. My thing is, in the paper that's in front of me, I've got a cost of $26,000, and I can't say yes to that. That's my point.
Councillor Doran.
I can't override what the officers have put in the report. We've provided our information in the attachment in the Rotary letter. You know, I tried to speak to it. I'm just getting people ignoring me. So, you know, it doesn't cost that much in-kind support. There is not staff wages through the day. You know, I could just go on about the misinformation that's being provided here, but I don't have anything else with me. Well, you're asking me to carry on the conversation, and that's really all I can say. I have provided the information, which is what I understand the estimate of the in-kind support always used to be a dollar figure of around $3,500. So this, for me, was, as I said, the gathering of all this additional insurance-related information, which all turned out to be, I understand that staff wanted to have assurance that that was being done correctly. Everything turned out to be absolutely above board and being run correctly. And it makes sense it would be, because it used to be a 355 Committee of Council. So we are just continuing on exactly the same plan we always did when it was a 355 Committee of Council. So bringing it back, it's no different to how it was. Like, it's the same, it's just bringing it back. The whole thing would be exactly the same. And to be honest, if any other group ran it, they would still need the in-kind support of applying for the road closure, of getting extra bins. I mean, no group has 20 spare bins and can get them picked up, you know, like, honestly, I'm putting forward the best case I can, and if people are just anti what I'm saying and pro the report, well, I mean, I don't know what else to possibly say.
Councillor Burrows, and then I'm going to ask for a second and we'll put the motion.
Councillor Doran, I'm really sorry. I'm not trying to say that what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying that I'm being asked to say yes or no to what's in front of me. So I have no doubt that you're correct in the figures. I've got no problem with that. But I've got to go by what's in the paper. So I don't quite understand how I can change that at this point. So, I mean, I don't know how we can progress with this without changing the paper, which we can't do. But I'm certainly not anti-Thunderbolt, or what you're suggesting. I'm anti-council spending more money at the moment.
Councillor Philp, and then I'm going to look for a seconder, but I'm going to look for somebody when that happens to put a foreshadowed motion in case there was a recommendation that the current one on the board is lost. So I'll ask Councillor Philp the last moment, then I'll ask for a second, and then I'll look for a foreshadowed motion.
I would feel a lot more comfortable with this if we asked other community groups first before falling back on council. So put it out to the community beforehand and say, hey, is anybody interested in it? Before we take it on. Show that we're enabling the community to do things, not taking away from them and just saying we'll cover it. Because I don't think that it's something that council should be taking on now. It's a community event. We can support it, but not do it all.
Okay, so that would in effect take out the call for expressions of interest for a committee to run the festival without the section 355 committee. Okay, so wait a sec, I'm going to get what's up there now. I'm looking for a seconder, Councillor Blakester. And I'm looking for a foreshadowed motion, Councillor, if this recommendation does get up.
Also add into point 3 about not putting any additional money into the existing, or the past realistic, like not related to doing that whole. The document that was completed last year, councillors, honestly took weeks. And there is a whole, as I put in my email, there's a whole document that's already done that if I believe if it had been provided in this report, it might have given a more balanced overview and showing that that doesn't need to be done every year, like it's basically the same report. And so, I mean, I'm at a loss because I'm not a staff member and I didn't write the report. So all I did was put forward what we did from Rotary, and in good faith, I can tell you that having been on this event for 20 years this year, that, I'm not going to do anything additional or different to how it's always been run, and we're just looking to save it. So we don't need to have any additional funds that were previously provided. So, okay, so if we can add that in, I think that might give greater comfort to this.
If we go to take on additional events or expenditure, and can I take out the section 355 and we invite other community to see expression of interest, and if we don't get any, which I'll take Councillor Blake's point that if we're setting it up to fail, we come back to council and we go through full discussion with probably then a new additional councillors in the room. So is there any comfort with that, Councillor Doran?
Mr Mayor, the only thing I'd say about that is I think technically it's Rotary Uralla's event at the moment. So if there was an expression of interest to find other groups, it's their responsibility, not this council. So for my mind, this is the proposal to council, whether or not this gets up or not. But if it's defeated, it's back to Rotary Uralla rather than Uralla Shire Council.
Councillors, got the recommendation moved by Councillor Doran, seconded by Councillor Blakester. The council writes the Uralla Rotary acknowledging their withdrawal from future Thunderbolt Festival events and recognise their past contribution. Notes the advice in the report regarding cash and the in-kind support provided by council for previous festivals, and confirms that council has no capacity to take on additional events or expenditure, and 4 calls for expressions of interest by Section 355 committee to run Thunderbolts Festival. All those in favour? All those against? Oh no, I'll get into this fight again. No. So I'm going to vote to support it, and I'll vote again that way in the casting vote. So the motion's passed. I'm noting that if we don't get any interest on those committee members, and I appreciate the staff concerns around this item, then we'll come back to council probably by May. Thank you, councillors. Mr. Williams, can you invite Mr. O'Connor back into the room? Councillors, item 1314, the Register of Resolutions Action Status as of the 18th of February 2026. The recommendation is that Council notes the Resolution Action Status report as the 18th of February 2026. I've got somebody prepared to move that. Councillor Burrows. Any questions, councillors?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do, but I'll just find it. I think I've got noted as, excuse me, 288. And I just was wondering, with the draft building assets management plan, so 28th of the 10th, 25, item 14.6. I'm just wondering, I thought we don't normally disclose submissions received, like people's names. Anyway, I'm not really sure, but I just sort of saw that and I noticed that Councillor Blakester's name hadn't been mentioned anywhere else. So I was just curious if that was maybe an oversight.
And normally we would mention the names but not the contact details, but obviously with the councillor, the contact details are obviously the comments in support of someone saying that that's the case here. So, any other questions, councillors? Somebody prepared to move it? Councillor Blakester, with the recommendation that council notes the resolution action status report of the 18th of February, moved Councillor Burrows, seconded Councillor Blakester. All those in favour? Councillors, we're now looking to move into confidential session. Thank you, Mr. Barclay. Yeah, we need to close the doors. Thank you. So I need.
You have to do a move in a second.
Yeah. So I need a mover and a seconder that we move into confidential agenda, please. Move Councillor Burrows, seconded Councillor Arnold. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. So we now close the recording and I'll Oh, no one could just change words to suit it.
Wait, no.
Move Councillor Philp, seconded Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Aye. Thank you. Yeah, move. Okay, now we're going to read the resolutions. 14.1, the recommendation that that Council accepts the quotation from Wallace Construction Services for 353,451 XGST as the preferred supplier from the request for tender Uralla 1151067 Depot Asbestos Remediation and Building Refurbishment. 2, endorses the project scope that includes additional refurbishment activities for the aged depot staff, amenities, and the creation of a project contingency fund. Project. 3, approves the proposed transfer of 71,451 for the purpose of the project from the current McMorr Gardens building capital to assets capital in this financial year. Notes that a counter transfer of 71,451 back to the McMorr Gardens building asset capital from assets capital will be recommended in the 2026-27 budget. 5, notes the update of the status of the other planned activities of the Uralla Depot Improvement Master Plan. Vote is unanimous, thank you. And item 14.2, third party agreement, Energy Co and Uralla Shire Council. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't unanimous. Councillor O'Connor voted against item 1. Sorry about that. Yeah, and the second one, the 14.2, the Council endorses the draft framework and draft key principles for the potential third party agreement, TPA, between the Uralla Shire Council and Energy Co for works on council-owned and council-managed land and local roads associated with the New England Renewable Energy Zone project. 2, delegates authority to the General Manager to conduct negotiations leading to a final recommendation TPA arrangement with Energy Co, including any associated deed polls, and independent certify arrangement subject to external legal advice, and 3, receives a further report and a final draft third-party agreement recommending Council consider entering into such agreement with Energy Co with recommendation if negotiations are successful. Yeah, that was unanimous. The meeting closed at 8:12. Thank you very much, councillors. And as I say, it was